big reveal. Oh, dang it. I forgot. I have to redo this. This one is supposed to be... Yeah, I think that's ChatGPT. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. And then let's move this back up. This is here. Yes. Slowly but surely getting what we need. And then kill that. And this should be... What? No. I want that. I want this. We need some... Yes! Okay, that should be jams, right? That should be the jams? Yes! Sweet! So OBS now knows when I change tabs what's going on with the audio. That makes life a little bit easier. Okay. So I'm back. You might notice I'm a little bit more sunburned. Kind of... my family used to have a beach house. It blew away a long time ago with a hurricane. And, but we still have the land. And the bulkhead is, it's old. It's like 20 years old. So my dad wanted to go look at it because we're going to have to replace it. And he just, we haven't done anything yet. I don't know when we're going to do anything, but we have to do something because the way the law works is that once the sea has claimed the land, you cannot unclaim it. Like you basically, like you just have to stop the water from eroding, but once the water has eroded, you can't change it. It just is what it is. So that's why we are trying to figure out what our move is, because if we get a really bad storm, which I'm sure the government will make sure happens, that we need to make sure that like, you know, there's a bulkhead, or at least, you know, put our best foot forward. Anyway, back to what we were, where we were. We are on 1.3, summarize cloud concepts and connectivity, and I was taking a lot of L's. That's basically what was going on. I was taking a lot of L's, getting a lot of them wrong. So we're gonna try to go back into this. This is also a section that I just naturally struggle with. There's a few sections that I naturally struggle with, and it's this. Although, yeah. So let's grow this just a little. Okay. And is this gonna work?
A network administrator is researching network virtualization.
Whew, that is loud. Let's calm that down just a little bit. And this should have done the thing. I don't know why it didn't do the thing. Okay, try now.
Is trying to find a standard architecture for appliances to be developed against. A network administrator is researching network virtualization and is trying to find a standard architecture for appliances to be developed against. Which of the following should the administrator consider as a standard architecture? What you need to know. Virtual appliances might be developed against a standard architecture, such as ETSI's Network Function Virtualization NFV. NFV divides provisioning into 3 domains. Typically, a hypervisor will implement network connectivity by means of one or more virtual switches, or vSwitch in VMware's terminology. These perform the same function as Layer 2 physical switches. In a virtualization host, the hypervisor manages the virtual environment, such as virtual NICs, and facilitates interaction with a computer hardware and network. Multi-protocol label switching MPLS is a means of establishing private links with guaranteed service levels.
Okay, I'm gonna check the audio levels. I'm assuming everything's good because if it...
the same function as Layer 2 physical switches. In a virtualization host, the hypervisor manages the virtual environment, such as virtual NICs, and facilitates interaction with a computer hardware and network. Multi-protocol label switching MPLS is a means of establishing private links with guaranteed service levels.
Okay, I'm gonna check the audio levels. I'm assuming everything's good because of it. I feel like the music, the jams are just a little low. I'll crank that just a little bit, but not too much, because it is supposed to be just background. Okay, so I don't remember what a hypervisor is, so let's Google that real quick. Hypervisor is a type of software, hardware, or firmware that enables the creation and management of a virtual machine. Okay, I do remember that now. Hey, look, we have a nice little diagram. Can we make that bigger? What is a hypervisor? Hypervisor definitions, types, and examples. So OS, hypervisor, multiple virtual machines. Virtual machines, not gonna lie, really kind of break my brain. Anything that's virtualized really kind of breaks my brain. So we already have that over here in Chatbot GPT. So we're going to see what it says.
This is a solid modern networking question. It digs into virtualized network functions and the standards behind them.
I know.
Let's break it down fully using
ChatBot GPT.
your preferred 5-part method. 1. Restate the question. A network administrator wants to learn about network virtualization and is searching for a standard architecture that developers can build virtual network appliances like virtual firewalls, routers, etc. against. What architecture should they focus on? 2. Simplified answer. NFV network functions virtualization. 3. Analogy. Think of a physical appliance store. Traditionally, each function had its own box, toaster, microwave, oven. Now imagine replacing those with a smart kitchen platform, NFV, where you can download apps to do each function toast, microwave, bake on the same device. NFV is like that smart platform. It turns physical appliances into virtual functions that run on standard servers. 4. In-depth explanation. NFV, Network Functions Virtualization. Definition. A standard architecture defined by ETSI, European Telecommunications Standards Institute, for virtualizing entire classes of network nodes.
Okay, just side note here. We have a lot of these things. Like this is the European Telecommunications Standard Institute. We have the triple E, which is like the standardized of like whatever the ISO standardized model TCP. Like we have all these like organizations and institutes that are nonprofit or just like that are basically like global standards of how the internet works. And it's one of these things where it's like you either accept the standard or you're not going to be able to communicate with the entire world. Now, you could invent your own internet. It's not that difficult. It's a little difficult, but I mean, the idea, it's not like out of the realm of possibility because all the internet is like a wire, right? So, like, here's where I'm going with it. Why don't we have one of these for AI yet? Why don't we have a standardized something like iRobot, these are the 3 moral laws? Like, you know, something of that nature. Like, if you're going to make an AI, it must abide by these things if you want it to be commercial or, you know, something of that nature. Now, I get it. You can make your own AI. You can run it natively, and you can make it do basically whatever you wanted. Pretty much the threshold of becoming a supervillain in the year 2025, pretty low. It's a pretty low entry point. But my point still stands. Like, there should be some type of standardized something when it comes to AI. And I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. Let's go back.
Node functions into building blocks that can be connected or chained to create communication services. Replaces dedicated hardware appliances like routers, firewalls, load balancers with software running on virtual machines. Designed to be scalable, flexible, and hardware independent. The NFV architecture includes NFVI, Network Functions Virtualization Infrastructure, the physical resources plus virtualized resources. VNFs, Virtual Network Functions, the actual software-based appliances, for example, virtual firewall. MANO, Management and Orchestration, oversees deployment, scaling, updating. Why the other answers are incorrect. Option Y. It's not the right fit and pulsar routing technique for speeding up network traffic. Not an architecture for virtualization. vSwitch, a component used within virtualization, but not a full architecture. It's part of hypervisor-based networking. Hypervisor, the base technology that allows VMs to run like ESXi, Hyper-V. It supports NFV but isn't a network appliance standard by itself. 5. Real-world example or scenario. Let's say you're building a cloud-based data center and want to deploy firewalls, intrusion detection systems, load balancers, WAN optimizers. Instead of buying physical hardware for each, you deploy virtual appliances, all running on standard servers, orchestrated through an NFV platform like OpenStack with NFV support. This is the NFV model in action, the industry standard way to design and manage virtual network services. Final answer,
Okay.
NFV Network Functions Virtualization. Would you like a visual diagram showing the NFV architecture with VNFs, NFVI, and MANO components? And ready for your next question?
No, I feel like that's going to overload my brain, especially right now since I've been out in the hot sun. vSwitches is a virtual switch. Hypervisor is the... I thought that was the architecture. So wait, hold on. So what's the difference between a hypervisor and an NFV? What is the difference between the hypervisor and a NFV. NFT! Okay. I had a student give me an NFT one time. They tipped me an NFT. Okay. Great question. This is a critical for understanding how virtualization fits into modern networking. Let's walk through the difference between a hypervisor and an NFV step by step using your full breakdown format. Almost said method. All right.
Great question. This is crucial for understanding how virtualization fits
when
into
it's still
modern
writing,
networking.
I can't change it.
Let's walk through the difference between a hypervisor and NFV, step by step using your full breakdown format. 1. Restate the question. What is the difference between a hypervisor and NFV network functions virtualization? And how do they relate to each other in a virtualized networking environment? 2. Simplified answer. A hypervisor is software that creates and runs virtual machines, VMs. NFV is a network architecture that uses virtualization via hypervisors to run network functions like firewalls, routers, and load balancers as software.
Okay, so the NV, because they kept saying architecture. That makes sense. So the NFV is a network architecture that uses virtualization like hypervisors to run network functions. I loosely understand what network architecture is. I know that what architecture is. Man, I'm really struggling with that word. I know what that means. It's like the infrastructure, like how something is built, like how a house is built. So I guess like the hypervisor would be like I'm trying to make an analogy to a house. Well, let's see what its analogy is.
The hypervisor is the foundation. NFV builds on top of it.
Yes.
3. Analogy.
Well, no, that's just backwards of what I just thought it was. The hypervisor is the foundation, and the NFV builds on top of it. But up here it says it was the network architecture that uses. Oh, okay. Okay, here we go.
Imagine you're building an apartment complex. The hypervisor is like the building structure, the foundation and walls that allow apartments' VMs to exist. NFV is the interior design and layout of those apartments to run specific services. One for security firewall, one for deliveries load balancer, etc. So, hypervisor equal to enables virtual machines. NFV equal to defines how to use those VMs to deliver networking services.
Okay. So the hypervisor just does the virtual machines. And you can do anything in a virtual machine. So what we want to do in the virtual machine is a NFV. I'm having a really hard time saying that. NFV, the network function virtualization. So that's going to determine how we're going to use the VM, the virtual machine, in terms of the network. Okay? That makes sense.
Great. 4. In-depth explanation. Hypervisor. A hypervisor is software that creates and manages virtual machines, VMs, on a physical host. It divides hardware resources, CPU, RAM, storage, so multiple VMs can run independently. 2 types. Type 1, bare metal, runs directly on hardware, for example, VMware ESXi, Microsoft Hyper-V KVM. Type 2, hosted, runs on top of an OS, for example, VirtualBox, VMware Workstation. It does not care what software is inside the VMs. It could be Linux, Windows, a firewall, a database, etc. NFV, network functions virtualization. A framework architecture defined by Etsy for running network appliances as virtualized software instead of physical devices. Uses hypervisors and VMs to deploy VNF's virtual network functions like virtual routers, virtual firewalls, virtual load balancers, IDS, IPS. Includes orchestration and lifecycle management through something called MANO, management and orchestration.
Oh, that's why. That's why we had orchestration as an answer a while ago. Anything virtual blows my mind. Like, I don't understand. Like, how can you have a virtual router? How can you have, like, some of these things? It's just like, what do you mean it's virtual? Like, what do you mean it's not real? But yet it functions as if it's real. Like, it really kind of breaks my brain.
It requires a hypervisor to run, but focuses on the networking use case, not general computing. Key differences. Feature hypervisor NFV, network functions virtualization, purposely run virtual machines, virtualized network appliances, and services function resource management. And VM isolation deploy, chain, and orchestrate VNFs, for example, virtual firewall level virtualization software, layer network architecture. Design pattern example VMware ESXi, KVM, Hyper-V NFV architecture. With OpenStack, VNFs, mano-dependent does not need NF requires a hypervisor or virtualization platform. 5. Real-world scenario. Let's say you're designing a virtual data center. You install VMware ESXi on physical servers. This is your hypervisor.
Okay.
You use OpenStack or another NFV framework to deploy VNFs like a virtual firewall pfSense.
Okay, so I need a hypervisor to launch a virtual machine. And then inside that virtual machine, I need some type of framework in order to get done what I need to get done. That makes sense in the sense that, like, in terms of outside of networking, like if I wanted to build an app or if I wanted some program and I was worried that it was going to attack something, it could be isolated in the virtual machine.
Virtual router VIOS.
Like Full Metal Alchemist and the homunculus and the flask. I don't know if that analogy applies here. Okay.
And virtual load balancer and Jinx. You use NFV Mano tools to automatically spin up new VNFs as demand grows. So, the hypervisor runs the VMs. The NFV system decides what network function each VM performs, how they talk to each other, and how they scale. Final answer. The hypervisor is the engine that runs VMs. NFV is the network-focused architecture that uses those VMs to replace physical appliances with virtualized network services. Would you like...
Interesting. Okay. Let's reread this.
A network administrator is researching network virtualization and is trying to find a standard architecture for appliances to be developed against. Which of the following should the administrator consider as a standard architecture?
So we need a standard architecture is our keyword for test taking skills. So NVW is what we're going to do. Don't remember what MPLS is. There it is. Let's see what that is.
Multi-protocol label switching MPLS is a means of establishing private links with guaranteed service levels. MPLS can operate as an overlay network to configure point-to-point or point-to-multipoint links.
Okay. So it's more of a point-to-point thing. It has nothing to do with virtual machines. Well, you might be able to get it launched in a virtual machine, but it has nothing to do with what's going on here. Okay, next.
Which of the following descriptions best describes a public cloud infrastructure?
Oh. God, I suck at these. Let's see what it has to say.
A public or multi-tenant cloud solution is hosted by a third party and shared with other subscribers. There are risks regarding performance and security. A community cloud solution is where several organizations share the costs of either a hosted private or fully private cloud. Co-location within a data center offers a higher bandwidth solution by providing a direct or private link. The customer establishes infrastructure within a data center supported by the cloud provider or provisions a direct link from an enterprise network. A hosted private cloud solution is hosted by a third party for the exclusive use of the organization. This is more secure and can guarantee a better level of performance than a public cloud. Great. This is a classic cloud model identification question. Let's break it down fully to make sure the concept sticks. 1. Restate the question. Which option best describes a public cloud infrastructure? Meaning, cloud services provided over the internet by companies like AWS, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud.
Okay, a public cloud. So that is infrastructure as a service. See, and this is where I get it confused, because infrastructure as a service would be like a Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud, but Google Docs Google Drive is not infrastructure as a service.
2. Simplified answer. Multi-tenant use. 3. Analogy. Think of a public apartment building. Each tenant customer has their own apartment virtual space, but they share the building's physical structure and utilities. That's what multi-tenancy means. Multiple customers use the same physical infrastructure, but their resources and data are isolated virtually. 4. In-depth explanation. What is a public cloud? A public cloud is owned and operated by a third-party provider, for example, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. It offers services like compute, storage, and networking over the internet. It serves many customers, organizations, or individuals using the same infrastructure, but each customer's resources are logically isolated. Why multi-tenant use is the best answer. Multi-tenancy is the defining feature of public clouds. It allows providers to efficiently serve thousands of customers while isolating each user's data. This is different from private clouds, where the infrastructure is used by only one organization. Why the other options are wrong or incomplete. Option Y. It's not the best answer. Shared costs true, but too vague. Applies to other models too, like community cloud. Doesn't define the structure. Third-party secure too generic and misleading. Security isn't guaranteed just because it's third-party. Co-location refers to renting space in a data center to run your own hardware, not cloud computing at all. 5. Real-world scenario. Your company signs up for Microsoft Azure. You're using virtual machines, storage, and databases on shared infrastructure. Azure hosts other customers on the same hardware, but your resources are logically separated. That's multi-tenancy in action, and it's what defines a public cloud model. Final answer, multi-tenant use. Would you like a quick chart?
So public cloud infrastructure, so hold on. Is public cloud infrastructure a SSA? And if so, does that mean that Google Drive is a infrastructure as a service? I did this backwards. Stupid dyslexia. As a service or a SaaS, software as a service. Is there a difference between Google Drive and Google Cloud? Because I feel like there's not could cloud. I forgot how to spell cloud. What? Oh, the L comes first. Ooh, I just got really sleepy. Gotta push through. Okay. Your company signs up for Microsoft Azure. You're using virtual machines, storage, and database. So Azure must be more. Okay. And is Microsoft Azure different than Microsoft 365? See, this is one of my problems with some of these big companies like Microsoft. All of their crap looks exactly the same. It sounds exactly the same, and it's extremely disorganized. Okay, Google is, I feel like, very organized. However, all of their products look like the logos look exactly the same. And then my problem with tech in general is that everyone interchanges words all the time. This is a brilliant set of layered questions. You're thinking exactly the way a Network Plus Pro should. Thanks, Chatbot GPT. No one believes in me quite as much as you do. I appreciate it. Okay. Analogy. Wow. Okay, so we got a lot of things going on here. All right, here we go.
This is a brilliant set of layered questions. You're
Thanks.
thinking exactly the way a Network Plus Pro should. You're asking, is public cloud infrastructure the same as IaaS? Is Google Drive IaaS or SaaS? What's the difference between Google Drive and Google Cloud? What's the difference between Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365? Let's answer all of these clearly, step by step, using your breakdown format.
Give
1.
it to me.
Restate the question. What are the differences between IaaS, SaaS, and specific platforms like public cloud infrastructure? Google Drive versus Google Cloud. Microsoft Azure versus Microsoft 365. How are they classified and used? 2. Simplified answer. Public cloud refers to who owns the infrastructure, not what service model IaaS, PaaS, SaaS is being used. Google Drive equal to SaaS software as.
So public cloud refers to who owns the infrastructure, okay? Not the service model.
The service. Google Cloud Platform GCP equal to offers IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS tools.
Oh. So Google Drive is just like basically a hub for all of their software as a service. Which is crazy that's free. I guess it's not free for companies. I guess that's where they're making their money. Oh, well, in other places too. Google Cloud Platform, GCP. So I didn't even know this was a thing. Okay, offers all of these tools. Microsoft Azure Cloud Platform offering I don't remember what the P stands for. I is infrastructure. What is P? What is PAS? PAAS. What is that? What is that? S is software. Is it platform? Okay, we'll say platform and I'll double check in a second.
Microsoft Azure. 3. Analogy. Think of cloud services like a car. IaaS equal to you rent a car. You drive, fuel, and maintain it. You manage the OS, apps. PaaS equal to you use a taxi. Someone drives, but you choose where to go. You manage the app, not the OS. SaaS equal to you ride a bus. Everything is prearranged, and you just sit back and use the service. You only use the app. Now, Google Drive equal to a bus SaaS. You just upload and access files. Google Cloud equal to offers all options. You can rent a car, IaaS, get a taxi PaaS, or ride the bus SaaS. Azure equal to same as Google Cloud. It's the infrastructure behind many cloud services. Microsoft 365 equal to a pre-packaged suite of tools. Word, Outlook, Excel equal to...
Okay. I'm trying to think. So like like Google Cloud and Azure is like the granddaddy. It's like the big thing that all of the other funnels go like it, and it's like this umbrella and it covers like all of it. So if you have Microsoft Azure, then you have the infrastructure that's behind all of the cloud services. And then inside of that, I would imagine would be Microsoft 365 because it also has the SaaS in it. I don't know if people call it the SaaS or the SaaS, software as a service. Okay.
SaaS. 4. In-depth explanation. What is public cloud infrastructure? A public cloud is infrastructure, servers, storage, network, owned and operated by a third party and shared with other customers, multi-tenant. It's a deployment model, not a service model. Public cloud can host IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS services.
That's what I was looking for. So the public cloud, and when we have cloud infrastructure, is a deployment model, not a service model. The service model is everything else, which is why it's like the umbrella. So you have the deployment aspect, which is the umbrella, and then underneath it is the services, the platforms, the resources, and all of that. But you can't have all of those other resources if you don't know how you're going to deploy it. Okay. Man, I'm not gonna lie, stuff's kind of complicated.
Services. What is IaaS, infrastructure as a service?
Which is why it can host ISS, IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. What is an infrastructure as a service?
You rent compute resources, virtual machines, storage, networks. You manage the OS and applications. Examples: Amazon EC2, Azure Virtual Machines, Google Compute Engine. What is SaaS, software as a service? You use fully managed apps over the internet. You don't manage servers, OS, or updates.
See, and this storage aspect is what gets me, because Microsoft 365 and Google both have storage, but that's not an infrastructure. That's not the type of storage that they're talking about. The storage that they're talking about is being able to store like people's data, not just files. Not just like your Google Doc, not just like your Microsoft Word.
This is a brilliant set of layered questions. Examples: Google Drive, Dropbox, Microsoft 365, Salesforce. Breakdown. Product classification. Why?
Okay.
5. Real-world scenario. Let's say You want to host your own website? You use Azure Virtual Machines IaaS. Install and configure your OS and web server. You want to run a web app, but don't want to manage the OS. You use Azure App Services PaaS. You want to send an email. You log into Outlook.com or Office 365, that's SaaS. Meanwhile, Google Drive lets you upload, store, and share files. No server setup, pure SaaS. Google Cloud lets you spin up Linux VMs, host containers, or use databases. IaaS and PaaS. Final takeaways.
Wow.
Public cloud equal to a deployment model. The infrastructure is owned by a provider and shared. IaaS equal to you rent infrastructure. SaaS equal to you use apps without managing anything underneath. Google Drive equal to SaaS. Google Cloud Platform GCP equal to infrastructure IaaS plus PaaS. Microsoft Azure equal to infrastructure IaaS plus PaaS. Microsoft 365 equal to hosted apps SaaS. Would you like a chart or diagram that visually maps IaaS, PaaS, SaaS with real-world examples like these? And are you ready for the next question?
I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna say yes. I also want to know what PaaS in cloud computing. See, I was right. It is a platform. Oh, hey, look at these nice little diagrams. I love a good diagram. Wow, that went really, really fast. Okay. On-site. Okay. Let's look at this diagram here.
Here's a visual comparison of IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Blue IaaS, you control most of the environment. Great for custom systems and full flexibility. Green PaaS, you only worry about your app. Ideal for developers who want to deploy quickly. Orange SaaS, you just use the app. No setup, no maintenance. Each row shows what you manage, what the provider handles, and real-world examples of each service type.
Okay. So blue is infrastructure as a service. That's Azure, VM, Google Computer Engine, AWS, which I thought was Azure, but is not. No, that's Amazon. I'm pretty sure AWS is Amazon. Yes, Amazon. It's an Amazon server. Okay. This is what it used to be when I was doing like websites and stuff for people. Okay, so the green is you only worry about the app, ideal for developers who want to deploy quickly. Okay, I guess that's me. Like I develop little poo-poo things and I want it to be pushed out as fast as possible. Okay, which reminds me, I need to start running a different OS on my phone. OS run hardware. So this is Azure App Services. Google App Engine. I don't know what Heroku is. What is Heroku? Quick deploy. Oh, it's just a deployment. Oh, it's just an ASS because that's what it's talking about. Or no, a platform. It's just a platform. Interesting. Okay. Apps and counting. Okay. And then we have IaaS, Microsoft 365, Google Drive, Dropbox. Now hold on a cotton picking minute. No, that's right. Software. Okay. Okay, so now that we've done that huge deep dive and we've done that rabbit hole, what was the actual
Which of the following descriptions best describes a public cloud infrastructure?
A public cloud infrastructure is going to be multi-tenant use. There's going to be multiple people that are there, multiple people that are doing it. It is not going to be shared cost. I don't share the cost of my Google Drive with anybody. No co-location. Third-party secure is tricky because it's a third-party thing that is doing all of it. But that does not mean that's the infrastructure. Last one, and then
a public or multi-tenant cloud solution is hosted by a third party and shared with other subscribers. There are risks regarding performance and security. A community cloud solution is where several organizations share the costs of either a hosted private or fully private cloud. A hosted private cloud solution is hosted by a third party for the exclusive use of the organization. This is more secure and can guarantee a better level of performance than a public cloud.
Interesting. Okay, I'm ready to keep going. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired, but we're gonna keep going.
IT implements Google Suite for Business at a large firm. This implementation invalidates the need to install any local applications. Considering the implementation, which type of cloud service does IT deploy?
Okay, so it's the Google Suite, which I know the Google Suite because I've bought that, I've had that before, for business in a large firm, and it's gonna implement and it's going to invalidate the need for any type of installing of any local application. Okay, a lot of people hate this. A lot of people want Microsoft Word on their computer. They do not want to have to get to it through the internet. But it is software as a service. Yes. I was going to freak out, dude. I was going to crash out if that was not the answer.
Which of the following descriptions best describes a public cloud infrastructure?
A public cloud infrastructure is going to be multi-tenant. We just went over all of that.
An organization looks to implement a solution where remote workers can access both cloud-based resources and on-premise data. Some users will use company-issued laptops, while others will use personally owned desktop computers. Which of the following will best meet the IT department's requirements?
A virtual private network, a VPN. Hybrid cloud, that's not anything. Multi-tenancy environment. I don't know what that means. I don't necessarily know what that is, I'm not gonna lie. Multi-tenant. Tendency. No, it's gotta be a VPN. VPNs back in the day were used for a lot of other things. So, like, it's just, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, because it gives a tunnel for them to get into so that way they can access stuff. Okay, now people use it to like bypass a lot of different things, and they use it to change their endpoint. But VPNs are very, very, very powerful. Yeah.
A network administrator is researching network virtualization and is trying to find a standard architecture for appliances to be developed against.
Okay, did you catch that? We have network virtualization, and we are looking for a standard architecture for appliances to be deployed against. Okay?
Question: which of the following should the administrator consider as a standard architecture?
So we're looking for a standard architecture. We already went through this in depth. We should know what this is now. Hypervisor is what allows the virtual machine to work. vSwitch is a virtual switch that can be in a hypervisor, in a virtual machine. The NFV is the architecture that allows virtualization of virtual switches. It like basically says, do this. Or the program for it. Let's go. I can't wait to sleep after I do all this studying. All of it's just going to like get stuck in my brain. I can't
wait. The request to verify the safety of the request. A user goes to the website www.shopping.com, where a Bastion host reviews the request to verify the safety of the request. What has the company established to enable clients access to data on the private system without compromising the security of the internal network?
Okay. So here's the actual question. What did the company establish to enable clients to access data on a private system without compromising the rest of the security in the entire network? It's not port forwarding. It's not a NAT. It is not a PAT, which is a kind of a NAT. I think it's the demilitarized zone. Yes. I don't fully understand what demilitarized zone is. Demilitarized zone in networking is a network segment that acts as a buffer, there it is, between a trusted internal network and an untrusted external network. Okay, and then there's also things that are like zero trust or zero tolerance, where you basically have to like approve everything. You're just assuming literally anything and everything is bad. Okay, this all makes sense. Moving on. Next question. Okay, here we go.
A cloud implementation for a growing business requires additional processing power. How will an engineer provide additional resources in real time?
Okay, and we've learned a little bit about orchestration, but that's not what this is. We're looking for a growing business that requires additional power, processing power, elasticity. We went over this already. Yes. All right, here we go.
A company uses several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and DNS. Management pushes to move to the cloud. IT suggests moving services in a staggered fashion as to not cause disruption. IT moves SQL Server instances to the cloud as a start. Which of the following cloud service types is IT most likely using?
Okay. This is tricky because they're saying that they are in the middle of transitioning, right? But what we have to do is that it's a SQL server, it's a Radius, we have DHCP, DNS. This has got to be institute our infrastructure as a service. It suggests moving services in a staggered fashion as to not cause disruption. IT moves SQL services in to the cloud as a start. I think that's it. Dang it. Okay. Platform as a service. Dang it. Let's check our diagram. Okay. So platform, that's green. That's the green one. These are in no particular order, I think. You manage the app and data, provide management OS, runtime hardware, examples, Azure App Services, Google App Engines, Heroku. So how is that considered that we have a RAD and a DHCP server? What do we set? What do we got here? Read it to me. Give it to me.
Platform as a Service PaaS is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide any platform-type services. A SQL database is an example of PaaS.
Oh.
Software as a Service SaaS is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide application services to users.
SQL Server is something that I thought I knew what it was, but very clearly I don't. A Microsoft's SQL Server, an overview. SQL Server is a powerful relational database management system deployed by Microsoft. It uses structural query language to store and retrieve data as requested by other software applications, which can run on the same computer or remote access network. Interesting. I feel like that didn't really answer my question though. Ooh, my mouse is almost dead. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say.
Question I, reviewing one of one. A company uses several Windows. Platform as a Service PaaS is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide any platform-type services. A SQL database is an example of PaaS. Software as a Service SaaS is a computing method that uses the cloud to provide application services to users. Office 365 is an example of SaaS. Infrastructure as a Service IaaS is a means of provisioning IT resources such as servers, load balancers, and storage area network SAN components. Hybrid refers to a cloud computing solution that implements a combination of delivery models such as public, private, or a community solution.
There we go. Mouse is plugged in. See what this has to say.
Excellent. This question is about cloud migration strategy and how to identify the correct cloud service model based on what's being moved. Let's break it down thoroughly. 1. Restate the question. A company is moving SQL Server instances to the cloud, but keeping other services like AD, DHCP, DNS on premises for now. What cloud service type is
See, I'm not dumb. ChatBot thought it was the same exact thing. Thank you very much.
most likely being used in this staged migration? 2. Simplified answer. IaaS infrastructure as a service. 3. Analogy. Imagine your company's data center is a house full of appliances. You're not getting rid of the house entirely. You're just moving your fridge SQL server to a cloud-hosted garage. You still control and manage what's inside the fridge, what software it runs, and how it's maintained. That's IaaS. You rent a virtual machine in the cloud but still manage the OS, updates, and SQL Server software. 4. In-depth explanation. Why this is IaaS. You're lifting and shifting SQL Server from on-prem into the cloud. You're not using a pre-managed SQL service like Azure SQL or Amazon RDS. Just moving your own SQL Server VM. That means you're using infrastructure as a service, cloud-hosted virtual machines where you install and maintain SQL Server yourself. Feature AS. This Casos Controles. You manage the Windows OS SQL Controles. You install configure SQL. 5. Real-world scenario.
Okay, hold on.
The company has.
Okay, so SaaS, you're not using a hosted SQL database platform like Power BI or Microsoft 365. You're managing the server yourself. And that's not what the question is saying. The question is saying that that's the first thing that it's moving. PAS would be Azure SQL database on Amazon. I just saw your stream on my homepage and wanted to say good luck. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. It is it's been a battle, okay? But it's going well. It's going well. I'm enjoying it. Thanks for coming by. Fully managed SQL platforms, you'd have no control over the OS or VM. But that's exactly what it's saying. It's saying that it suggests it's moving services in staggered fashion. This staggered fashion is what screws up the entire question. But it is moving the SQL server I can't read that right now. My brain is broken from being out in the hot sun. To the cloud as a start. Okay, what else is it?
On-prem Active Directory, DHCP, DNS, and Radius servers. It moves SQL Server to Azure Virtual Machines or Amazon EC2. This means the OS Windows server is still managed.
Can I ask you why you selected Network Plus instead of CCNA? I'm grinding CCNA right now. I actually already did CCNA. I just haven't taken the test yet. But I did all my CCNA classes a year ago. And I did not take the test because there were like things going on in life. I wasn't able to like buckle down and study and do it. I do plan on doing all of the packet tracers because I have all that. And I have all the badges because I did all the stuff. I just haven't taken the test. So to ease myself back into it, I decided to take the Network Plus because it's more general and it's kind of like small fry compared to the CCNA for Cisco. So after I do this, I'm then going to do my CCNA, and it should be relatively easy because CCNA is just Cisco and it's just proprietary. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Good going on CCNA. Be working on those packet tracers. I know that those YouTube videos can be hard to follow because they're all Indian and they have really thick accents, but they're really smart and they do it really, really well. If you need resources, find me on Instagram, ParaDiddlePete. I can message you some of my resources that I had when I was studying and stuff like that. But anyway, let's get back to me proving that ChatBot is human because it makes mistakes too. Okay.
By your IT team. SQL is patched and maintained by you. But you no longer own or operate the physical hardware. That's IaaS. Later, they might move other services to PaaS like Azure AD or SaaS like Microsoft 365. But this first step is clearly IaaS. Final answer, IaaS, infrastructure as a service.
Okay. Boom. CompTIA's Network Plus study guide says that it's PAS. Excellent challenge. It's clear this is precisely. Let's clear this up precisely. This is one of CompTIA's tricky questions where they test nuance. Aha. It didn't take long for the AI to learn about nuance. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it has something to do with maybe it's friends with the media. Nuance. Ha ha. All right. Anyway, back to it.
Excellent challenge. Let's clear this up precisely. Short answer: CompTIA logic. If you're moving SQL Server as a service, not managing the OS or VM yourself, then yes, POS is correct. But
okay, so this is a problem, and this is how you take tests. This is the problem with a lot of tests. Okay, it never once said anything about managing the OS or the VM. It just implied it because that's what it is and that's what it does. When you're taking a test, you have to take the question at question value. You can't add random crap into it. It will only end bad. So the thing of it is that the IT suggests moving the services in a staggered fashion. The first one that it wants to move is the SQL server, okay, to the cloud as a start. It doesn't say literally anything about OS and VM, even though it is heavily implied. Which of the following cloud services is the most type that is likely used? Okay, it got me. It'll get you too.
if you're lifting and shifting your SQL Server to a VM you control, IaaS is the right answer. So why does the CompTIA Network Plus study guide say POS? Let's break it down. CompTIA style interpretation PaaS CompTIA assumes IT is not just lifting and shifting SQL to a virtual machine. Instead, they are migrating SQL Server to a managed platform like Azure SQL Database, Amazon RDS for SQL Server, Google Cloud SQL. That means you don't manage the OS. You don't install SQL Server yourself.
So the thing of it is that we have DNS management pushes to move to the cloud. We have all these things that we want to move to the cloud. SQL Server being moved to the cloud is a PaaS.
You just upload data, set up users, and run queries. That's textbook platform as a service PaaS. Key difference between IaaS and PaaS for SQL Server. Action yes, you manage the VM and OS yes, no, install and configure. What CompTIA expects moves SQL Server instances to the cloud equal to uses a cloud SQL service, not just a raw VM. That means PaaS in their framework. If the question had said something like, moves the SQL Server to a virtual machine in Azure, then it would be IaaS.
See, and it assumed that shit. You can't do that. What are you migrating? Your actual server, OS plus SQL Server, IaaS. Okay, just the data/function, not the OS. PaaS. God, that's hard to say. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. You know, I don't know if it's my heat rash, my sunburn, or the ant bites, but man, my legs are itchy. This is the same exact question. That's not fair.
A company uses several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and DNS. Architecture for appliances to be developed against. Which of the following should the administrator consider as a standard architecture?
Network administrator is researching network virtualization. So we have virtualization going on. So, and is trying to find a standard architecture. We already did this one. Okay.
An organization decides to retire an internal email infrastructure based on Microsoft Exchange Server technology. As a result, IT plans a migration to Microsoft Office 365. Based on IT's plan, which cloud service type best identifies the upcoming implementation?
Now, Microsoft 365 should be the giveaway. That should be software as a service. And if it is actually infrastructure as a service, because this is the one that I get confused with. This is one that I flip all the time in my brain. So if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be a clown. Ooh. Okay. Next.
A cloud implementation for a growing business requires additional processing power. How will an engineer provide additional resources in real time?
Implementing elasticity. We're gonna do ChatGPT on this one, but I know that's the answer. But we're doing it just to make sure that I understand what this is. See, like, look, that's what it is. Ooh, I got it. Okay. Sure, not sure. Okay, get rid of that. I don't know. Fatty H Crypto 443. I don't know if you're still there or not. But if you are, if you're grinding this and you're not using ChatbotGPT as a teacher, then you really should be, and you don't even need to pay for it. And I'll show you why this generates. Oh, can I not move it up while it generates? Okay, I can. You should use this prompt. Okay, I'm studying for, and you would put the CCNA exam or whatever. The official objectives. Currently reviewing the whole first section. You know, you basically just describe what it is. Multi-choice questions. Use the preferred method, and I would restate the question so that way you get it in your head. Oh, good. Using Gemini, good. Okay, I would restate the question, simplify the answer, an analogy, in-depth explanation, and then a real-world scenario. If you use this, it's gonna make everything in. I'm labbing in the other screen. Okay, even better. Perfect. Whoa, whoopsie. Okay, we're good. Whoa. All right, here we go.
Excellent. This is one of those core cloud principles that Network Plus loves to. 1. Restate the question. A growing business using cloud services needs more.
Hold on, my girl's calling me. All right. Sorry about that. My girl's on her way home. Okay. So where were we with this?
More processing power in real time. How should the cloud engineer provision additional resources? 3. Analogy. Imagine you own a food truck. On a slow day, you only need one fryer. On a busy weekend, you add more fryers instantly to keep up with demand. Elasticity means the system automatically expands or contracts resources based on current need, without manual intervention.
That's what it is. Expands and then contracts resources based on current needs. I think you should use Google AI Studios. You can stream your screen for the interview simulation. I just asked AI to give me tasks when I'm on GNS3 so I can... Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've only looked into a little bit of like Google's like stuff. I don't really know. Like I've used more of its video generation stuff and a little bit of Gemini, but its whole like Google AI Studio, I don't know a lot about it. I've only been in it in its ecosystem like a little bit. So that sounds like a really good idea. I should definitely check that out.
4. In-depth explanation. What is elasticity? Elasticity is the ability of a cloud system to automatically provision or remove resources in real time based on current demand. This is real-time scaling, often automated through monitoring tools. It helps avoid over-provisioning or under-provisioning. Common in auto-scaling groups in AWS, Azure VM scale sets, Kubernetes pods, etc. 5. Real-world scenario. You run a website hosted on
Okay, so basically it just means makes sense. So the way you're gonna remember this is that it's gonna be elasticity. Elasticity means that it can change. It can get bigger and it can get smaller, right? So if a business requires additional processing power or anything that's additional, that's constantly growing and getting smaller, then it needs to be elasticity. It needs the ability to shrink and get bigger. Okay. All right, here we go.
Which of the following descriptions best describes a public cloud infrastructure?
Okay, public cloud infrastructure is going to be multi-tenant. Don't get tricked by the third-party secure. A public cloud is a third party, and it is secure because it is a third party. Not saying that all third parties are secure, but a third-party infrastructure a public cloud infrastructure is not third-party secure. It is actually multi-tenant use. Think of like Google Drive. There's a whole bunch of people who use it. All of the data is completely divided up, and no one's crossing data streams. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Last one. This is the one we spent
A company
forever
uses
on.
several Windows servers for Active Directory, SQL Server, Radius, DHCP, and
This is the one that we think it's IaaS, but it's actually PaaS. And that's because it doesn't say anything about virtual machines. If it said anything about virtual machines, it would be infrastructure. But since they are moving the entire thing, then it's platform. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're doing better. Return. Oh my god. Okay, where are we at? We're at number 4. Let's keep going. Look, that was supposed to take us 7 minutes. That took us like 20. God, I'm dumb. Okay, let's continue. I feel like I'm better at these. Come on.
which delivery method and protocol may send data out of order and over different paths.
Okay. So TCP has like checks and balances basically, where like if it sends packets and it's out of order or it's missing stuff, it's going to check it and be like, whoa, what's going on? Don't do that. Stop it. Send some other things, like whatever. And it might take slow. UDP doesn't care. It's just going to throw it out there. So like this stream right now that's going on Twitch and YouTube, it's just throwing out things. And sometimes like my camera lags, and I honestly, I don't know why my camera lags. I think it's a connection. I think I have a bad wire. But point is, it's lagging and it's still throwing it out there. It doesn't care that it's missing packets. It doesn't care if it's out of order, because the stream, the constant stream of information of packets is not going to stop. It's just going to keep going. And just like when you're playing a video game, it'll lag for a second, and then once those packets are done, they're done, because they're going to get replaced by new ones. So it's going to be TCP is going to be one, but we need to switch two. So connection oriented or connectionless. This is the trick. I'm going to say connection oriented. I think that's right. No, it was connectionless.
A networked host is sending data to a single host in the same virtual local area network, VLAN. Which of the following protocols will handle the packets for this transmission?
Unicast, right? Because it's just sending data to a single host. So it should be unicast. Yeah.
A network administrator sets up a policy that secures the authentication mechanism that a host must be able to match at least one matching security method for a connection to be established. What is this called?
I legitimately don't remember. I think it's encapsulation. I actually low-key want to be wrong. Okay, I'm going to say I'm unsure just because I want to go back into it. Okay, well, I was wrong regardless.
Which port does a domain name server DNS use for record transfers over 512 bytes?
Unicast. Hey, yeah, there you go, man. Yeah. Well, hey, help me out with this one, okay? Which port does the domain server DNS use for record transfers over 512 bytes? I'm pretty sure it's port 53. And I'm pretty sure it's TCP. I'll give you a second if you want to participate. Transmission protocol, control protocol TCP port 23, transmission control protocol TCP port 53, user datagram protocol UDP port 53, user datagram protocol UDP 69. Let's see if we're right. Hey, correct. I'm bad at ports. There's so many of them. I really hope that it doesn't require me to know, to have them memorized. There's a lot of them. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I remember doing this. Lab.
A system administrator for ABC Company receives a request for a new account for a new employee. The employee will be using a voice over Internet Protocol VoIP phone. The employee's name is Sam Smith, and the phone number will be 12345678890. The company's domain is @bbccompany.com. Which of the following would be Session Initiation Protocol, SIP Uniform Resource Indicators, URIS, that the administrator would create for the new employee? Select two.
It's my first time seeing SMTH like that. Maybe it's about CCNA, or maybe I will learn it in the future. Yeah, where are you in your CCA right now? Maybe it's in the DNS video. It probably is. Are you doing all your CCNA stuff like through CCNA, or are you going are you doing by yourself? Or are you going through like a college? Like, are you going for cybersecurity, or are you already in networking? Like, what's going on? Okay, so this one is going to be Sam.Smith. abccompany.com. No. Oh, okay. I think it's going to be this. I think those are it. Yeah, let's go. Because that's the phone number. Yeah, dude, I watch Jimmy's playlist too. I've done that. I skipped college for that. I understand. But I will say, I don't know about you, but I went back to college for a little bit for this, just for like CCNA. Like, I did it through a junior college. Mainly because I felt like I needed the structure of a classroom, and I needed the weight of deadlines. But once I kind of learned how to do that on my own, which is really, really hard, I'm pretty good now. But I will say, the pressure of knowing that I have XYZ due is it definitely pushes me.
Which protocol uses network level authentication, NLA, which requires the client to authenticate before a full remote session starts?
Oh, secure shell. SSH, as PewDiePie says. What? No, that's exactly what it is. What are you talking about? The protocol user network level authentication, which requires the client to authenticate before a full remote session. Oh. It's talking about remote desktop, not accessing a router or like a switch. The answer was remote desktop protocol. Whoops, dropped the ball on that one.
Company A has purchased new computing devices that support IPv6 and not IPv4. What protocol should the company enable on the network to allow the transmission of IPv6 packets and encapsulated frames or packets from different types of network protocols over an IPv4 network?
I do not remember what some of these acronyms mean. I'm like 90% sure that's GRE, but I do not remember what GRE stands for. Yeah, okay, good. Maybe it's RDP. I don't know. Okay, here we go.
Which of the following ports would a technician need to open on a firewall to allow SSH on the default port?
See what I'm saying about... See what I'm saying about these ports? One of these is UDP, one of these is TCP. One of these is SSH. Cannot remember. Think. Okay, so let's use some deductive reasoning skills here. SSH is new. Okay, came out after Telnet. They were assigning port numbers to things basically as they came out. That's why things like HTTPS is like some ridiculously high port number. I'm going to say it's port 23. And the reason I'm saying this is because it's the highest number, and I think that this is the newest thing in terms of these port numbers. Hey, you know what? You go big or go home. I was wrong. Wait, hold on.
Which delivery method and protocol may send data out of order and over different paths? Select 2.
Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. I misread the question. I thought it said which delivery method and protocol does not send. Okay. So everything I've said about UDP and everything is correct. Hey, look, you had port 22. The lag was just, wasn't with you. You know what I'm saying? My packets aren't getting to you fast enough. But I appreciate it. I got it wrong, by the way. But we're gonna go back. We're gonna look at it. Okay. Okay, next. Yeah, remote desktop. So I got the last one wrong, and I got this one wrong because I read the question wrong, or I perceived the question wrong. Remember, when someone says that reality is perception, they're wrong. Reality is reality. It is just your ability to be able to perceive it or not perceive it. Now, your ability to perceive reality may affect somebody else's reality because you are incapable of actually perceiving it correctly. But there is no my truth or any of that bullcrap. There is just reality. So I perceived this question wrong. Therefore, I got the question wrong. Okay. Now this is the one that I actually legitimately did not know. Okay, let's read it.
A network administrator sets up a policy that secures the authentication mechanism that a host must be able to match at least one matching security method for a connection to be established. What is this called?
Okay, encapsulating security payload. See, this is my problem when I take tests. I could almost make any of these make sense. Because I know enough of what all of these things are, but I don't know enough of them in order to know the distinction between them two, or between all of them. Although I knew that authentication header was not correct from the get-go.
Internet Protocol Security (IPsec) can be used to secure IPv4 and/or IPv6 communications on local networks and as a remote access protocol. Each host that is required to use IPsec must be assigned a policy. Encapsulating security payload (ESP) provides confidentiality and/or authentication and integrity. It can be used to encrypt the packet rather than simply calculating a hash. Only ESP provides confidentiality for the packet contents. Authentication header A protocol performs a cryptographic hash on the whole packet, including the IP header, plus a shared secret key, and adds this secret in its header as an integrity check value ICV. Transport layer security TLS can be used to encapsulate frames or IP packets.
Okay. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say.
Great. This question is testing your understanding of security protocols, particularly how hosts agree on authentication methods for secure communication.
Great, you're
Let's
brilliant.
break it down
Keep
step
going.
by step. 1. Restate the question. A network administrator configures a policy where two hosts must match at least one security method before they can establish a connection. What protocol or technology handles this kind of authentication negotiation? 2. Simplified answer. Internet Protocol Security IPsec. 3. Analogy. Imagine two people trying to have a secure conversation. They each bring a list of trusted languages, security methods. The rule is they can only talk if they both speak at least one common language. That language matching process is exactly how IPsec policies work. Both parties must have at least one matching security method to proceed.
Man, I
4.
love
In-depth explanation.
analogies.
What is IPsec? IPsec is a suite of protocols used to secure IP communications through authentication, encryption, and integrity checking. It operates at the network layer 3 of the OSI model. Before communication starts, IPsec peers perform security association SA negotiation using IKE Internet Key Exchange. Policy matching. The communication only happens if both sides share at least one common method, cipher, hash, key type, etc. Key IPsec concepts. Authentication header, ensures data integrity and authentication, but no encryption. Encapsulating security payload ESP provides encryption, authentication, and integrity, more commonly used. IKE negotiates and establishes the rules both hosts will follow what you're describing in the question. Security Associations SAS define the rules for secure communication. Why the other answers are incorrect. Option Y. It's not correct. Here authentication header, component of IPsec, handles authentication and integrity, but not policy negotiation itself. Encapsulating.
So, AH is inside of encapsulating security payload.
Security payload. SB, another component of IPsec, adds encryption, but again, not responsible for negotiation rules. Transport layer security TLS, a separate protocol at layer 4/5, used for securing web and email traffic, not host-to-host IP negotiation like IPsec. 5. Real-world scenario. You configure two firewalls to establish a VPN tunnel between offices using IPsec. Each firewall has a set of encryption and authentication methods in its IPsec policy. During setup, they compare those lists, and if at least one method matches, a tunnel is established. If there's no match, the connection fails, exactly as described in the question. This process is handled by the IPsec protocol suite, particularly via IKE negotiation.
Okay. You know what? Yes. Give it to me. All right, we're gonna listen to the question one more time and make sure that we understand that that's the answer.
A network administrator sets up a policy that secures the authentication mechanism that a host must be able to match at least one matching security method for a connection to be established. What is this called?
It needs at least one matching security method, which is the encapsulating security payload.
Internet Protocol Security IPsec can be used to secure IPv4 and/or IPv6 communications on local networks and as a remote access protocol. Each host that is required to use IPsec must be assigned a policy.
Okay, I understand it. I just don't understand why you would need that. So let's look here. IPsec policy matching and negotiating via IKE. Policy A. Well, I kind of screwed it all up, but I can still read it. IKE negotiates and match common methods. Common match found with the hash and the HD group 2. Connection established. But it only needs one. It doesn't need all of them. It just needs one. It needs at least one. I feel like if it needs at least one, that's not very secure. But whatever. We'll dive deeper into that when I finish building my server for the house.
Which of the following ports would a technician need to open on a firewall to allow SSH on the default port?
There we go. 443. Got it there. It is port 22.
TCP port 22 is used for SSH. Secure Shell SSH is a cryptographic network protocol for operating network services securely over an unsecured network. The FTP protocol typically uses port 21 as its main means of communication. An FTP server will listen for client connections. FTP clients will then connect to the FTP server to initiate a conversation. An FTP server will listen for client connections on port 20. FTP clients will then connect to the FTP server to initiate a conversation. Telnet provides access to a command line interface on a remote computer using TCP port 23.
I picked port 23, which was Telnet, which is like the most insecure, like wireless thing to connect to through the. My whole thought process was that it's got to be 23 because SSH is so much newer than Telnet. Telnet is old. Okay, so Telnet is port 23, SSH is port 22. Why it's those numbers, I have no idea. And tell you the truth, I don't care. I just want to know that those ports are those ports and what they are. Okay, 22 is SSH, 23 is Telnet, 20 and 21 is FTP, whether it's coming or going. Makes sense.
Company A has purchased new computing devices that support IPv6 and not IPv4. What protocol should the company enable on the network to allow the transmission of IPv6 packets and encapsulated frames or packets from different types of network protocols over an IPv4 network?
Okay, I remembered this, and I remembered that it was GRE, but I do not remember what GRE is. I also don't remember what LDAP is either, so we're gonna use good old chatbot GPT here.
Generic Routing Encapsulation (GRE) tunneling protocol allows the transmission of encapsulated frames or packets from different types of network protocol over an IPv4 network.
So wait, what was the question? What protocol should the company enable for the network to allow transmission of IPv6 packets and encapsulate frames or packets from different types of network protocols over an IPv4 network? And this, the generic routing encapsulation, is a tunneling protocol that allows the transformation of encapsulated frames or packets from different types of network protocol over the IPv4 network. Okay, what do you got?
Great. This question is all about tunneling protocol 3 analogy. Think of mailing a letter written in French IPv6 through a country that only speaks English IPv4. You put your French letter inside an envelope with English writing so the post office can understand where to send it. The receiver opens the envelope and reads the French message. That's exactly what GRE does. It wraps a packet from...
Okay, this is just like in crypto. Like, if I want to do business, if I have Bitcoin and you have Ethereum and I want to trade with you or something like whatever, I can wrap my Bitcoin, because they're on two different blockchains and they can't talk to each other, but I can wrap my Bitcoin in Ethereum so that way it transfers over, and then you can unwrap it or you can keep it wrapped. Same thing with Ethereum and Bitcoin, vice versa. This is basically the same exact idea, the same exact principle. Okay, let's keep
from
going.
One protocol inside another, so it can move through a network that doesn't understand the original format. 4. In-depth explanation.
Also follows a similar thing where, like, you can compress a file and put it inside of another file. I don't necessarily think that's compressing it, but principle's the same. You wrap it up in a box.
What is GRE? Generic Routing Encapsulation is a tunneling protocol developed by Cisco. It allows encapsulation of a wide variety of protocols, including...
that's where I remember from, is from CCNA, because it used to GRE used to be proprietary. It used to be only Cisco, but Cisco has released it and it's now open to everybody, and it's standard practice across the board.
IPv6, multicast, IPX, etc. Inside IPv4 packets. GRE is protocol independent and ideal for transitional environments where you have IPv6 devices on a mostly IPv4 network. You need to pass traffic through routers that don't natively support IPv6. GRE tunnel structure. Outer packet, IPv4 header for the network to route. Inner packet, encapsulated IPv6 packet actual data. Why the other options are incorrect.
Yes, tell me
Option Y, it's wrongs QL Servera database service, not a network protocol, and not related to IP transport held used for directory services and authentication.
Okay, so LDAP used for directory services and authentication, not for packet transport. ICMP is an internet control message protocol. This is for email. Used for error reporting and ping, not for encapsulating or tunneling. Okay.
Not for 5. Real world scenario. Your company buys new printers and IoT devices that only support IPv6, but your existing internal routers and ISP still only support IPv4. You create a GRE tunnel between your office routers. IPv6 packets are encapsulated.
Okay, hold on there. Hold on there, cotton picking minute. Okay, but your existing internet router and provider, your ISP, still only supports IPv4. See, this is some of the things like when I took my A+, they were talking about buses. Like, no one uses a bus anymore. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what device? Like it's 2025. What service provider is only dealing in IPv4? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, no one.
Inside IPv4 packets at the entry point. They're routed through the IPv4 network. At the destination.
So this is a legacy thing, basically. This is bridging the gap between service providers, apparently they're out there, that are only doing or internal routers. Now, having an existing internal router that only does IPv4, you could have that. That could be crazy old. You could still be doing that. But this is to bridge the gap between IPv4 and IPv6. And we still have a long way to go to completely switch over. And I don't know. After I understand things more and I have the server built for the house, I'm definitely going to switch everything over to IPv6. Anyway.
Destination, the outer IPv4 layer is removed and the IPv6 packet is delivered.
Yeah. Okay, I understand this now. Let's keep going.
A network engineer is troubleshooting interconnectivity between IPv4 hosts and IPv6 hosts. During the troubleshooting, the engineer discovers that there is a need for a layer 3 tunneling protocol that can encapsulate different types of IPv6 and IPv4 packets. What type of encapsulation should the engineer enable on the network?
Okay, I don't know if IPv4 will ever leave, just for the fact that it is way simple to make like subnets and private IP addresses. To make a private IPv6 address, I feel like might be a little bit more complicated, but I don't know. I'm not there yet. Maybe it's actually simpler.
Which of the following ports would a technician need to open on a firewall to allow SSH on the default port?
Because 23 is Telnet and 21 and 20 is TCP.
A network administrator sets up a policy that secures the authentication mechanism that a host must be able to match at least one matching security method for a connection to be established. What is this called?
Network administrators are trying to set up a policy to secure authentication mechanism that at least one match. Boom. Okay, let's not mess this one up again, Tyler. Let's go.
Which delivery method and protocol may send data out of order and over different paths?
May send data out of order, which is going to be UDP and connectionless. Yes.
The main office is planning for more jobs to become remote in nature. The network team is briefing the Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, on the use of VPN software and the protocols used for point-to-multipoint connections. Which protocols should the team discuss with the CISO? Select 2.
I think it's these two. I gotta go. See you soon. Later, dude. Have fun. Good luck. I don't remember what these are. It's definitely not a virtual NIC. It's definitely not this. This is the architecture of like the virtualization of like basically for the virtual NIC, for the virtual switch and stuff like that. So I'm gonna put unsure because I want to know what these things are.
A client is attempting to connect to a network, but is unable to successfully connect. They decide to open Wireshark to see if they can troubleshoot, but want to filter based on the DHCP port. What should they filter on?
Client is attempting to connect to a network, but is unable to connect. I think it's TCP 80. I don't know. I have no reason to believe or anything that is logical of why this is. The port numbers, man. The port numbers, it kills me. It kills me.
A cybersecurity specialist is gathering data about the corporate network and realizes that the email server is using port 143 and getting intercepted at random times. The specialist has briefed the CISO of his findings and has suggested swapping to port 993. Which protocol is the specialist recommending?
I think it's this one. I think it's IMAP over SSL. POP3, I'm pretty sure that's legacy. Yeah.
What protocol attaches 3 fields to the packet, which includes a header, a trailer, and integrity check value?
Oh, authentication header. Oh, crap. No. It's encapsulating security payload. If it was just the header, like the header is literally the header. Yes. Okay, let's learn.
A client is attempting to connect to a network, but is unable to successfully connect. They decide to open Wireshark to see if they can troubleshoot, but want to filter based on the DHCP port. What should they filter on? Information can be viewed from Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol DHCP traffic by filtering on TCP 67 and 68. DHCP dynamically assigns IP addresses to network hosts. Server Message Block SMB provides file print sharing service and operates on TCP 139 and 445. SMB allows a machine to share its files and printers to make them available. Hypertext Transfer Protocol HTTP operates over TCP 80 and enables clients to request resources from a HTTP server.
The port numbers, my man. The port numbers. Oh my God. Okay. Ugh. TCP 67. You can filter traffic through TCP 67. I don't think there's any analogy that's going to get me to memorize that it's 67.
A client is attempting to connect to a network, but is unable to successfully connect. They decide to open Wireshark to see if they can troubleshoot, but want to filter based on the DHCP port. What should they filter on?
I guess I can ask this question. What is the difference between TCP 80? What's up, boy? TCP 80, 139. Whoa. Socks, you're laying. My cat just got up here and just messed up everything. Okay. I need you to relax. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 67. Now, if it gives me a good explanation between all of these, and a strong analogy between all of them, I might be able to connect that to memory with the number.
Great question. You're asking about common TCP ports, and more importantly, what services or protocols they represent. Let's break down the difference between TCP ports 80, 139, 123, and 67. 2. Simplified answer. TCP 80, HTTP web traffic. TCP
80, HTTP 139 is NetBIOS service, Windows file print sharing. Okay. 123 is NTP, time synchronization, not TCP. Oh, dang it, dude. That dyslexia. Kid, well, no. TCP 67. Signing IP addresses, not TCP. Successfully connecting.
TCP 139. 3. Analogy. Think of these ports like different toll booths on a network highway, each controlling access to a specific service. Port 80, the main highway for web traffic like Google Chrome or Safari browsing. Port 139, a side road for internal file sharing on old Windows networks. Port 123, a clock sync station, not about traffic, but making sure everyone knows the correct time UDP. Port 67, the parking lot attendant, it hands out IP addresses to new devices joining the network UDP. 4. In-depth explanation. Port protocol transport.
No, we don't need to go through all of that. I would
description
like to note.
Note. Ports 123 and 67 are UDP only.
Are you sure about that? Says it right here. TCP 67.
Great. This question is all about knowing which port and protocol DHCP uses, so you can properly filter for DHCP packets in Wireshark. 1. Restate the question. A client is trying to connect to the network but can't. They use Wireshark to troubleshoot and want to filter traffic related to DHCP. Which port and protocol combination should they filter by? 2. Simplified answer. UDP 67. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're trying to listen for IP address requests in a crowded room. DHCP is like a guest shouting, "Hey, I just walked in. Can someone give me an address?" You wouldn't listen on the web browser channel port 80 or the time sync station port 123. You'd tune into the room assignment station, UDP port 67, because that's where DHCP servers listen. 4. In-depth explanation. DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, used to automatically assign IP addresses to devices on a network. Information can be viewed from Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol DHCP traffic by filtering on TCP 67 and 68. DHCP dynamically assigns IP addresses to network hosts.
Poorly worded questions. Shots fired. But you should always trust the protocol specifications, not the label. If CompTIA study guide or practice test lists TCPs, it's likely a typo or an error. Because I'm ChatGPT. I'm never wrong. Okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, it must be an error, right? Because it's saying the same exact thing. Let's just Google it real quick. TCP is primarily associated with okay. Well, whatever. TCP/UDP 67. Next. Yes, because it was these other ones that I wanted to know. Next question.
Multi-point generic routing encapsulation (MGRE) is a version of the generic routing encapsulation (GRE) protocol that supports point-to-multipoint links, such as the hub-and-spoke dynamic multipoint virtual private network (VPN). Multi-protocol label switching (MPLS) can operate as an overlay network to configure point-to-point or point-to-multipoint links between nodes regardless of the underlying physical and data link topologies.
Okay.
Let's break this down using your preferred format. 1. Restate the question. A network team is advising the Chief Information Security Officer (CISO) on VPN protocols that support point-to-multipoint connections for remote work. Which two protocols should they discuss? 2. Simplified answer. MGRA MPLS. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're trying to connect a central office to many remote workers, like a boss calling into multiple team huddles at once. MGRE is like a conference line. One connection can reach many endpoints. MPLS is like a smart private highway system that can securely and efficiently route traffic between any number of users or branch offices. 4. In-depth explanation. 1. MGRE Multipoint Generic Routing Encapsulation. A Cisco-developed protocol that supports point-to-multipoint VPNs. Common in Dynamic Multipoint VPN, DMVPN. Reduces the need to manually configure individual GRE tunnels for each remote site. Very scalable for remote work. 2. MPLS Multi-Protocol Label Switching, a high-performance routing technique used in WANs and ISPs. Allows remote offices and users to connect with low latency and high reliability. Often used for VPN services, especially in enterprise-level networks. VNIC Virtual Network Interface Card. A virtual hardware component, not a protocol. It's part of a virtual machine setup, not related to VPNs or multi-point communication.
Okay. Give me a real-world example.
Real-world scenario. A company with one central office and 50 remote workers wants them all to securely connect using one scalable VPN setup. MGRE allows one VPN server to support many dynamic remote peers. MPLS is used by the ISP to give private cloud-like connectivity across all the branches and remote workers, without going over the public internet. Final answer. MG5. Real-world scenario. A company with one central office and 50 remote workers wants them all to securely connect using one scalable VPN setup. MGRE allows one VPN server to support many dynamic remote peers. MPLS is used by the ISP to give private cloud-like connectivity across all the branches and remote workers, without going over the public internet. Final answer.
Okay.
MGIEMP.
Okay, so what was the question again?
The main office is planning for more jobs to become remote in nature. The network team is briefing the Chief Information Security Officer (CISO) on the use of VPN software and the protocols used for point-to-multipoint connections. Which protocols should the team discuss with the CISO?
Okay,
Select 2.
So what we're looking for is point-to-multipoint connections and remote in nature, and that's why it's these two. I was able to figure out that it was these two based off of process of elimination, but I needed to know what the MGRE was. Now I know that it's multi-point generic routing encapsulation, okay, which is a Cisco thing. And then the MPLS, which is multi-protocol label switching. Again, multi-protocol. All right, next. Okay, because I wanted to go over this. I wanted to know what ChatGPT said. Next question. And
A client connects to an IMAP server over port 143 and establishes connection security using a TLS. The default port for IMAP's IMAP over SSL is TCP 993. A client establishes a connection to the POP server on TCP port 110. Using TLS encryption can secure POP. The default TCP port for secure POP POP3S is port 995. A client connects to an IMAP server over TCP port 143. Like POP, IMAP.
that's not giving me the in-depth knowledge that I want.
Let's break this one down fully. Restate the question. 3. Analogy. Think of IMAP like a post office box you check from multiple devices: phone, laptop, desktop. Port 143 is like an open mailbox. Anyone walking by can look in. Port 993 is like a locked mailbox with encrypted glass. Only you can see what's inside, and prying eyes get nothing. The The specialist is suggesting, let's encrypt this mailbox access to prevent interception. 4. In-depth explanation. What's going on? IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol, allows users to view and manage emails on the server, rather than downloading them like POP3. Port 143 equal to IMAP without encryption, plain text, vulnerable. Port 993 equal to IMAP with SSL TLS encryption, a secure version, often called IMAPs. Why the change? The specialist sees interceptions likely via packet sniffing or MITAM attacks. Switching to IMAP over SSL port 993 secures the communication channel between clients and the email server. Why the other options are incorrect? Option Y, it's wrong. POP3 over SSL. POP3 uses ports 110 unencrypted and 995 SSL, not 193 or 909. The unencrypted version, port 143, which is the problem's MTP used for sending email, ports 25, 465, 587, not receiving or viewing it. 5. Real-world scenario. Your company has employees checking their work email from all over the world. Right now, they're using IMAP on port 143, which is plain text. Bad news if they're on public Wi-Fi. You switch the mail server to require SSL on port 993, and now all email access is encrypted end-to-end, protecting credentials and message contents.
So we need IMAP port. We need IMAP over SSL, because I don't remember what SSL stands for, but SSL slash, what is it? It's slash something. Set it up here. TLS is encryption. So the reason it's not POP3 using ports 110 unencrypted and 995 SSL, not 143 or 993. These port numbers, man, they're gonna be the death of me, dude. I would like this, but I don't want to do that.
A router downloads configuration files over User Datagram Protocol UDP port 69. The router does not have access to browse the directory or to delete files. Which of the following FTP's file transfer protocols is the router using?
Trial file transfer protocol, secure file protocol. Okay, so it's not SSH. Sorry, wait, SSL? No, I don't know what the answer is. I actually low-key thought it was going to be secure file transfer protocol. Maybe I should pick that.
Which delivery method and protocol may send data out of order and over different paths?
Connectionless UDP.
A client is attempting to connect to a network, but is unable to successfully connect. They decide to open Wireshark to see if they can troubleshoot, but want to filter based on the DHCP port.
67.
What should they filter on?
Yes, or UDP 67.
A network administrator is monitoring network traffic and notices a severe spike on port 993.
So it's gonna be IMAP,
Which protocol is
SSL,
causing the spike in network traffic?
which means that it was SSL on the other one too. I'm pretty sure. Well, no. I don't know. When we get there, we get there. Got cat hair all over everything now.
A network administrator is creating a plan for connecting multiple branch locations to the main database located in the headquarters.
We already been over
Which
this
protocols can the
as well.
administrator use to create this link? Select 2.
Okay, so it's the multi-generic something or other. This is Cisco, and it's about connecting multiple branch locations because it can encapsulate IPv6 into IPv4, or it basically wraps it and sends it out. It does point-to-point or point-to-multipoint, and this does point-to-multipoint. This is a virtual NIC, has nothing to do with anything. NFV is about the architecture in a virtual machine in order to have a virtual NIC. Let's go. I'm so tired. Okay, let's keep going.
Which protocol uses network level authentication, NLA, which requires the client to authenticate before a full remote session starts?
It's got to be SSH. No. I did this earlier. Oh. This is the one that I read wrong. Authenticate before a full remote session. Network level authentication. This is remote desktop protocol, not SSH. See, I low-key thought it was that.
A router downloads configuration files over User Datagram Protocol UDP port 69. The router does not have access to browse the directory or to delete files. Which of the following FTP's file transfer protocols is the router using?
Trial file transfer protocol.
The Trivial File Transfer Protocol, TFTP, is a connectionless protocol that runs over User Datagram Port UDP port 69. TFTP supports reading and writing files, not directory browsing or file deletion.
Okay, let's see what the other ones say.
Secure FTP SFTP runs over Transmission Control Protocol TCP port 22. SFTP addresses the privacy and integrity issues of FTP by encrypting the authentication and data transfer. FTP connects to TCP port 21 on an FTP server and opens a chosen dynamic client port number, N. In active mode, the client sends a port command specifying the chosen data connection port number, typically N+1. FTP over Secure Sockets Layer SSL uses either explicit transport layer security FTPs or implicit transport layer security FTPs for secure communication.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand this. Let's go next question. It's really hard to keep going when you're tired. Because, like, you know, like I was just out in the hot sun for, I don't know, like basically 4 or 5 hours. And anybody can do anything when they're motivated. That's easy. Doing things when you're tired, that really shows where your strength is at. Like, anybody can do anything, but like, let me see what you can do when you're tired, when you're sleep deprived, when like when you've already hit your limit. That's where your true strength lies. Pushing when you don't want to anymore. You know? Oh, man. I don't know why my back's hurting. Probably because I've been sitting in this stupid chair for so long. Alright, come on.
Let's break it down clearly using your 3 analogy. Think of TFTP like using a vending machine. You press a button, request a file. It gives you that file, downloads it. But you can't see the whole inventory, walk around, or delete anything. Compare that to a store FTP, where you can browse, delete, upload, and more. 4. In-depth explanation. TFTP Trivial File Transfer Protocol. Port UDP 69. No authentication, no encryption, and limited functionality. Used for simple tasks like router switch firmware updates, downloading config files, booting diskless devices. You can't browse, can't list directories, and can't delete files.
So it's literally just getting a file. Or sending a file, like that's it.
Other options break down. Protocol port why it's incorrect DFTP over SSL FTPS TCP
990 and 21 allows directory listing. Okay, uses SSH, allows full file access and secure transmission. TCP 21, TCP 20 allows file browsing and deletion. So this one, okay, it's trivial, and it's just going to send files. It's not going to give you anything. The word trivial, I can make that make sense in my brain. It's not extra secure. It's not active. It's not file transfer protocol. SSL. Okay, let's keep going.
Which protocol uses network level authentication, NLA, which requires the client to authenticate before a full remote session starts?
Trying to get a little bit more comfortable. Okay. Which protocol uses network level authentication, NLA, which requires the client to authenticate before a full remote session? Oh. Remote desktop protocol. And this is trivial. We'll read the question one more time and move on.
A router downloads configuration files over User Datagram Protocol UDP port 69. The router does not have access to browse the directory or to delete files. Which of the following FTP's file transfer protocols is the router using?
Awesome. Whew. That one was tough. All right, moving on. Reviewing number 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. God, dude, we're only halfway through.
An organization has asked a junior network technician to retrieve some swappable ports that host a single LC connection per port. Since there are numerous inserts for network devices, which should the technician retrieve?
RJ45? Wait, what? Oh, LC's fiber. Okay.
An engineer is installing a new connection between two database stacks. The engineer is using copper cable and needs a connection speed of 40 GBE with a distance of about 12 feet. Which medium should the engineer utilize for this link?
GBE? Buddy, I don't know. I know it's not coaxial. And it probably is not twin axle. It's got to be the 10 GB G-base LR or the 10 base T. I'm going with the T. I was wrong.
Users at a company use a mix of wireless devices, phones, tablets, laptops, that use either the 2.4 or 5 GHz spectrum. Considering the given wireless 802.1 standard, which one does the company utilize for their mobile devices?
Wait. Yes.
An installer is laying cable in the ceiling, alongside the building's ventilation system. What type of cable must the installer use?
Palladium. Yeah, because that means it's fire resistant.
The T11 ANSI standard can be a particularly expensive way to connect a storage area network SAN, and involves 3 main types of components: the initiator, the target, and a director. What is the name of the standard described?
I think it's an Internet Small Computer System Interface. No. What is the name of this standard described? Wait, so the the T11 head almost looks like anus. Standard can be practically to connect storage area networks, and involves 3 main types of components: interior, target, and directory. Interior, target. There's no way it's north and south. I don't know. We'll have to come back to it.
A network installer is building a long-distance link. The nodes are approximately 5 kilometers apart. What type of fiber link should the installer build for this link?
100 base, 100 base, FX, 1000 LX, or 10. Ugh, bro, I don't know. I get all that fiber stuff all mixed up.
The same hub has host A1 and host B1 connected. Host A1 sends a request to communicate with host C2. Host B1 is communicating with host C3. There is a delay in communications between hosts A1 and C2 until the media is clear. Which Ethernet protocol is providing this function?
Okay. The same hub has host A to host B connected. Host A sends a request to communicate to host C, but host B is communicating with host C3. There is a delay in communication between host A and C2 until the media is clear. What Ethernet protocol is providing this function? A virtual area? No. A carrier sensitive multi-access with collision avoidance. I'm gonna say collision avoidance. Yeah, it because if it didn't avoid it, there wouldn't have been a delay. It would have just not gone.
An IT engineer chooses to use a fiber cable implementation that uses light-emitting diode LED technology rather than one that uses lasers. Considering the optic technology in use, what is the engineer implementing?
The IT engineer chooses to use a fiber cable. Okay, so we're dealing with fiber. So duplex is out. Implication that uses light-emitting diodes, LED technology, rather than one uses lasers. So it's either multi-mode or bidirectional. I'm going to say multi-mode, but I'm going to put unsure because I need to know the rest of the stuff. So it'll circle back so we can review. I was right. Let's go.
An organization has asked a junior network technician to retrieve some swappable ports that host a single LC connection per port. Since there are numerous inserts for network devices, which should the technician retrieve? Also designed for Gigabit Ethernet, the small form factor pluggable SFP uses local connectors LCS. Gigabit Interface Converter GBIC was very bulky and largely replaced by SFP, also known as Mini GBIC. Quad Small Form Factor, Pluggable QSFP, is a transceiver form factor that supports 4 times 1 gigabits per second links, typically aggregated to a single 4 gigabits per second channel. RG6 is an 18 AWG cable with 75 ohm impedance, typically used as a drop cable for cable access TV, KATV, and broadband cable modems, and usually terminated using F-type connectors secured by screwing into place. Technicians use RJ45 connectors with 4-pair 8-wire cables. The connectors are also known as 8P8C8 position 8 contact.
I don't know why it told me this. Oh, dang it. Also designed for Gigabit Ethernet. I'm pretty sure that this is fiber. What is an F-type connection? Okay, we need chatbot GPT. Manu, you're about to get sprayed. Don't you dare walk behind my computer. It's gonna unplug everything. Next question.
Let's break this one down clearly using your preferred format. Restate the question. A junior network technician is asked to retrieve swappable ports that use a single LC connector per port. Which type of insert module should they choose? 2. Simplified answer. SFP small form factor pluggable. 3. Analogy. Think of SFP like a USB port adapter for fiber optics. You can plug it into a switch or router and insert a fiber cable with an LC connector, like plugging in a flash drive that supports a very specific plug type. 4. In-depth explanation. SFP, small form factor pluggable, a modular hot swappable transceiver used in network switches and routers. Supports fiber or copper connections depending on the model. LC connectors are the standard connector used for single-mode or multi-mode fiber SFPs, used for 1 Gbps fiber Ethernet connections. Why the others are incorrect? Option Y, it's wrong type connectorist for coaxial cable, typically in TVs, cable modems, or satellite connections. Not fiber J45 used for Ethernet over copper, like CAT 5E Cat 6. Doesn't support fiber or LC connectors. QSFP, quad SFP used for high-speed 40 gigabits per second or 100 gigabits per second fiber connections. Supports 4 channels and is much larger than standard SFPs. Typically not used for
so this makes sense.
single LC. 5. Real-world scenario. Let's say you're working in a server room and your manager says, "We're out of 1 GBE fiber ports for these switches. Go grab some SFPs with LC ports." You go to the supply rack and grab a handful of SFP modules. Each one allows you to plug in a fiber optic cable with an LC connector, enabling flexible deployment of network links across patch panels or long runs. Final answer, SFP.
Okay, so it's SFP. I guess you can get rid of a lot of these. This is coax. I knew that this was like Ethernet cable, but I don't know what I was thinking. And then QSFP is SFP, but it's fiber. But we want single, not 4. That's 4 channels. I have to pee. I don't remember or understand any of this. So we're gonna have to next question. All right, talk to me.
The fiber channel connects storage area networks using 3 main types of components: the initiator, the target, and the fiber channel switch. The initiator is the client device of the SAN. The target is the network port for a storage device. The fiber channel switch, sometimes referred to as a director, provides the connections between the initiator and the target. The application layer is part of the infrastructure of software-defined networking. It applies the business logic that makes decisions about how to prioritize and secure traffic and where to switch the traffic. North-South describes data traveling into and out of a data center.
See, that's what I
Internet Small Computer Systems Interface ISCSI does not require a fiber channel switch.
Interesting, interesting.
Let's break this question down using your preferred format. Restate the question. You're asked to identify a storage networking standard that follows the T11 ANSI standard, is used to connect storage area networks, SANs, involves 3 main components, initiator, target, and director, and is expensive to implement. 2. Simplified answer. Fiber channel. 3. Analogy. Think of fiber channel like a private express train network built just for storage. The initiator is the train station where requests begin like a server. The target is the destination station where data is stored like a SAN disk array. The director is the railway switchboard, a central controller like a smart switch that directs traffic efficiently. It's fast, reliable, and not cheap because it's a dedicated specialized system. 4. In-depth explanation. Fiber channel FC. Defined by the T11 Technical Committee under ANSI. Designed for high-speed, high-reliability communication in storage area networks, SANs. Operates at speeds like 8 gigabits per second, 16 gigabits per second, or even 32 gigabits per second. Uses optical fiber or copper cables. Includes 3 key roles. Initiator, typically a server or host that sends read-write requests. Target, the storage system, for example, a SAN array that receives and processes the request. Director, an intelligent switch used in...
Okay, so that's an OSI model layer 7, not a SANS connectivity. Yeah, I knew that was immediately gone. North-south, that was also data flow direction. I knew that was immediately gone. You sure not correct is probably a placeholder. Okay, so I deleted the wrong one. Okay.
In fiber channel 5. Real-world scenario. A data center storing massive databases for a bank chooses fiber channel to ensure near-zero latency and extreme reliability. They invest in fiber channel directors, smart switches, connect servers with initiators to high-end storage arrays targets, and create a fast private highway for critical data transfers, at a cost, but with unmatched performance. Final answer.
Okay. Unselected. While it does that, we're going to read this.
Twinax is for data center 10 GBE, unofficially referred to as 10G base CR, and 40 GBE, 40G base CR4 interconnections of up to about 5 meters for passive cable types and 10 meters for active cable types. Coaxial RG6 is an 18 or Rubin Florence cable with 75 ohm impedance, typically used as drop cable for cable access TV, KATV, and broadband cable modems. A 10G base LR is rated for 10 kilometers operation over single mode fiber. A 10 base T denotes an early implementation that works at 10 Mbps 10, uses a baseband signal base, and runs over twisted pair copper cabling TA.
Okay, what I have a hard time is understanding the LR, like all the fiber types.
Let's break it down using your preferred network plus format. 3. Analogy. Think of Twinax like a high-performance jumper cable between two high-powered servers sitting side by side. It's short, thick, and meant for blazing fast data bursts over short runs. 4. In-depth explanation. Twinaxial Twinax cable, copper-based cable used for high-speed data center interconnects, supports 40 GBE and even 100 GBE in some configs. Short distance only, typically up to 7 meters 23 feet. Often used for direct attach cables DACs, for example connecting two switches or servers in the same rack. Very cost-effective compared to fiber for short links. Why the other options are incorrect. Option Y, it's wrong. 10 G-base LRS is a fiber optic standard, not copper. It supports 10 Gbps over long range, not 40 GBE. Coaxial used in older. It supports 10 Gbps over long.
Okay, 10 base T is a legacy thing. That makes sense. So that's there.
Long range, not 5. Real-world scenario. In a high-density data center, an engineer is wiring together two powerful database stacks sitting in the same rack. Rather than using costly fiber optics or unnecessary long-distance cable, they use a Twinax direct attach copper DAC cable, delivering 40 Gbps with minimal latency, low power consumption, and at a fraction of the cost. Final answer.
All right, let's restate the question.
An engineer is installing a new connection between two database stacks. The engineer is using copper cable and needs a connection speed of 40 GBE with a distance of about 12 feet.
Okay, so here's our thing. We have a database stack, and we need a connection between them. They're right next to each other. Engineer is using a copper cable and needs to connect it for speed of 40 gigabyte E and a distance of about 12 feet. So that's like not far at all. Okay. Which medium should the engineer utilize for this link? Twin axle. Because it's not going to be that's for cable internet, which used to be the standard like 10 years ago. Okay, this is a fiber standard. It's a fiber optic standard, not a copper cable. This is an old standard, so we need twin axle. I straight up didn't know what this was. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Here we go. Listen to the chair. All right, I'm back. All right. Okay, 100 base SX, 100 base FX, 100 base LX, 10 G base SR. What does it got to say? What do we got?
The 1000 base LX is a gigabit Ethernet standard and supports 1 Gbps and a distance of 5 kilometers using single-mode fiber. Installers often use the 100 base FX Fast Ethernet fiber standard for wiring backbones. It uses multi-mode fiber for speeds of up to 100 Mbps for a distance of up to 2 kilometers. The 100 base SX is a fast Ethernet fiber standard that supports lengths up to 300 meters and speeds up to 100 Mbps. The 10 G base SNR is a 10 gigabit Ethernet fiber standard in backbone configurations, and it supports up to 300 meter link lengths. Additional learning. Previous back to review. Review correct answers next. Let's break it down in your preferred CompTIA Network Plus format. Restate the question. A network installer needs to build a fiber optic link between two nodes that are approximately 5 kilometers apart. Which Ethernet standard is best suited for this long-distance fiber connection? 2. Simplified answer. 1000% base LX. 3. Analogy. Think of fiber standards like different types of binoculars. 100% base SXSR are for short-range views inside a room. 1000% base LX is like a long-range scope, letting you see far away, like across a large field. For a 5 kilometers fiber link, you need a long-range scope, and that's LX. 4. In-depth explanation.
5 kilometers is like 3 miles, dude. That's insane. So you're saying... Wait. So the question is needing... the nodes are approximately 5 kilometers. Kilometers. Wait. God. Wait. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stupid metric system. That's crazy. A network installer is building a long distance link. The nodes are approximately 5 kilometers apart. What type of fiber link? That's crazy. But then again, if it's a building, it's going straight down, or something like that. Man, that's crazy. Okay. So it needs something that's going to be long.
100% base SX, 100% base FX, 1000 base LX. 4. In-depth explanation. 1000 base LX gigabit Ethernet over long wavelength laser. Uses single-mode fiber SMF or can support multi-mode fiber MMF with mode conditioning patch cables. Designed for long-distance links. Typical max distance, up to 10 kilometers over SMF, up to 550 meters over MMF. Runs at 1 gigabits per second.
So this fiber cable, this 1000 base, which makes sense why it's 1000, because that would be 1 gig. It can send a gig of information. I don't know how fast it can send it, but it's fiber. I'm sure it's fast. So it can send 1 gig of information over 10 kilometers through single mode fiber. That's wild. Perfect match for the 5 kilometer distance. So this thing needs to go. What would that be? That would be like 4 miles, right? Almost 5. No. I got it confused. A 5K is 3 miles. Okay, I got it backwards. Why the others are not right. 100 base SX, short range fiber standard for multi-mode fiber, only good for 3 to 550 meters, not for 5 kilometers. 100 base FX, legacy standard using multi-mode fiber, supports up to 2 kilometers, falls short from the 5 kilometer need. 10G base, which is 10 gigabyte, A 10 gigabyte standard, but only supports short range over multi-mode fiber, maxing out at 300 meters. So this is big. That's a big boost in like speed. Wow. I'm starting to really understand like the gravity of it. Like being able to fathom it is what I'm trying to say. I still need to. So SX is short range SX. FX is I don't know how to get FX for latency, but it's latency. 10 gigabyte base SR. So SR is super fast, 10 gigabytes a second, which is insane. But it can only do it for 3 meters. Wow. Okay. So SX is short, legacy, crazy fast, but very short. So short and ridiculous, short, legacy. That's going to be confusing. If only I knew why it was called LG. Okay, for long. FX for old.
2. 5. Real-world scenario. Imagine 2 office buildings in a corporate campus located 5 kilometers apart. The IT team wants to connect them with a dedicated fiber line for high-speed data transfer. Instead of overbuilding with costly long-haul solutions, they choose 1000 base LX over single-mode fiber, giving them reliable 1 Gbps performance at the right distance and price point. Final answer, 1000% base LX. Would you like a diagram showing all Ethernet fiber standards by speed and range? And are you ready for the next question? An IT engineer chooses to use a fiber cable implementation that uses light-emitting diode LED technology rather than one that uses lasers. Considering the optic technology in use, what is the engineer implementing? Smart refresher 1.5 compare and contrast.
Oh wow. Okay, oh man, that's so good. That's really what I was wanting.
Multimode fiber is inexpensive to deploy compared to single-mode fiber. As such, it does not support long distances as single mode. Multimode uses light-emitting diode LED technology. Single-mode cables support data rates up to 10 Gbps or better in cable runs of many kilometers, depending on the quality of the cable and optics. Duplex is a communication configuration. Full duplex refers to a communication configuration type such as network links that allow simultaneously sending and receiving. Most network links are full duplex.
Yes.
Bidirectional refers to two-way communication. Bidirectional does not imply the ability for full duplex and may only be half duplex. This means send and receive is taken in turns.
What is this? Anyway, so SX is crazy short and can't go very fast. Max, oh no, it's crazy short. So this is max distance, and then this is the internet speed. So it's crazy short and it's slow. This is old, and it goes a little bit longer, but it's still slow. 1000 base LX is 1 gig, and it can go up to 10 kilometers. Okay, 10 GB is super fast. 10 GB SR is super fast, but it is crazy short. 10 GB LR, long range, that's what we'll do for that, long range. So we have super short, long range, and crazy fast. Okay? We have crazy fast and crazy speed. Whoa, 10 gigabyte base ER. Buddy. Let's look it up. So what is it? 10 gigabase dash ER. How much are these? Yeah, I figured as much. Expensive. Ooh. SPF plus 10 gigabyte, 10 gigabyte, 10 gigabyte, 10 gigabyte. TSR, LR, ZR. Oh my god, dude, there's so many. There's so many. Nanometers? I don't understand. I just blew my mind. Okay. Okay. Fiber's crazy, man. What is this? Oh, I can change the colors and stuff. That's neat. Okay, let's just stick with what I'm being tested on for right now, and then I'll expand beyond it. Okay. SX, super short. FX, old. LX, long. 1 gig long, and it's easy because it's 1,000 base. 10 GB, 10 gigabyte base. So super fast, but very, very short. Super fast, but it's like medium. And then ER is like ungodly fast and ungodly long. 40 kilometers. What is 40 kilometers? Golly, 24 miles. What's from Houston? Wow. Crazy. Okay.
Multimode fiber is inexpensive to deploy compared to single-mode fiber.
Okay. Yes, I remember this. Okay, I'm ready to go. Oh, good.
Building to expand the internal network. The fiber a technician finishes running fiber optic cable across a large building to expand the internal network. The fiber connects to equipment in a rack with extremely limited space for a connector. Considering the situation and the types of available fiber connectors, which of the following will accomplish connectivity?
Okay, so we just gotta learn this. It's definitely this. UCP. I have no idea what UCP is or what APC is. None of these are in the diagram. Oh my god. I'm dying. I'm dying in a vat in the garage.
Which of the following 802.11 standards will provide the fastest wireless network throughput and work in the 5 GHz band only?
Work in the 5 gigahertz band only. Wait. Will provide the fastest wireless network throughput and work in the 5G band only? I thought that was A. Maybe it's G? Maybe it was N. I don't know, man. I get confused. I'm getting confused. My brain is losing packets.
An engineer has installed a new router but is not connected to the core network yet. What type of connector should the engineer install to get the requested throughput of 30 Gbps or more?
Course, wavelength. Okay, so an engineer has installed a new router but is not connected to the core network yet. What type of connector should the engineer install to get the requested throughput of 30 gigabytes or more? I think this. No. I'm not doing good. It's not going okay.
An organization has asked a junior network technician to retrieve some swappable ports that host a single LC connection per port. Since there are numerous inserts for network devices, which should the technician retrieve?
SFP.
An engineer is installing a new connection between two database stacks. The engineer is using copper cable and needs a connection speed of 40 GBE with a distance of about 12 feet. Which medium should the engineer utilize for this link?
Twin axle.
The T11 ANSI standard can be a particularly expensive way to connect a storage area network SAN and involves three main types of components: the initiator, the target, and a director. What is the name of the standard described?
I do not fully grasp some of these concepts. I'm gonna have to really like let this sink in.
An IT engineer considers optical mode OM1 or OM2 cables for a project. The project requires cables that are rated for applications up to 1 gigabits per second and use LED transmitters. Of the following choices, which type of cable does the engineer select to use?
Multi-mode!
A network installer is building a long-distance link. The nodes are approximately 5 kilometers apart. What type of fiber link should the installer build for this link?
5 kilometers, so FX. FX is legacy. SX is short and slow, which according to our chart, like, why is this legacy and this not? Like, that can go for whatever. Okay, I have so many questions about fiber. 10 gigabyte. But short. This is long. Yes. Buddy, I've crammed so much in my brain. Okay, no. Chatbot GPT, tell me this. Like, oh, conch shell, tell me what's going on. And it's going to ask me if I want a diagram. You better believe I want a diagram.
A technician finishes running fiber optic cable across a large building to expand the internal network. The fiber connects to equipment in a rack with extremely limited space for a connector. Considering the situation and the types of available fiber connectors, which of the following will accomplish connectivity? A local connector LC is a small form factor version of the SC push-pull fiber optic connector. It is available in simplex and duplex versions. SFP plus.
So the LC is a smaller form factor of the SC.
Use the LC form factor but run at speeds of 10 GB. A subscriber connector SC is a push-pull connector used with fiber optic cabling. Angled physical contact APC faces are angled for a tighter connection than.
Wait, so the local connector is a small form factor version of the LC push-pull optic connector. It is available in simplex and duplex version. SFP plus. Use the LC form factor but run at speeds at 10 gigabyte. The subscriber connector is a push-pull connector used with fiber optic cabling. So then what's the difference between the LC and the SC if the LC is just smaller? Okay, let's see what we got.
Let's go through your CompTIA Network Plus question using your preferred breakdown. Restate the question. A technician needs to terminate fiber optic cable in a tight rack space where space is limited. Which fiber connector type is best suited for this kind of environment? 2. Simplified answer. LC Lucent connector. 3. Analogy. Think of fiber connectors like different size charging cables. SC is like the old school wide charger. LC is the sleek, compact USB-C. When space is tight, you want compact. 4. In-depth explanation. LC connector, Lucent connector. Small form factor connector, SFF. Often used in high-density environments like cramped racks or switch panels. Has a 1.25 millimeters ferrule, which is smaller than the 2.5 millimeters ferrule.
And that's what the question was asking. Saying that it's running fiber across buildings, the fiber connection to equip to the rack with extremely limited space. So if it wasn't extremely limited space, it'd be the SC. But since it is extremely limited space, it is the LC.
Of SC connectors.
Larry Campbell.
Frequently used in data centers,
LC.
patch panels, and tight spaces. Other options. Connector Y, it's incorrect. Subscriber connector, larger size. Good for single connections, but not ideal for tight spaces up.
Okay.
Ultra-physical contact refers to Polish type, not connector shape. Could apply to SC, LC, or other, say, PC. Angled physical contact also refers to Polish angle type, usually for long-distance connections to reduce back reflection, not a connector shape. Note: APC and UPC describe how the fiber tip is polished, not the size or connector form. 5. Real-world example. In a server room filled with network switches and fiber patch panels, an engineer needs to install multiple fiber links without wasting space. They choose LC connectors because their compact size allows more ports per rack unit, keeping things neat and efficient. Final answer, LC. Would you like a visual showing the difference in connector size and polish types? And are you ready for the next question?
Yes, I would very much like that. Give me all of the diagrams. I also need this one as well. I don't know. I have a hard time using my pinky for Q. I don't know why. This is not all the connectors. Well, for the ones that were there, yes. Okay. LC is smaller. SC is bigger. Okay.
That are available for consumers today. It is designed to work only in the 5G band and can provide a gigabit-like network throughput. The 802.11 billion.
Now hold on a second. Because I know that 802.11 AC also has 4.5 or 2.5. 2.4 is what I'm saying. I know it's got it.
Let's break it down using your preferred 3 analogy. Think of wireless standards like generations of highways. 802.11 billions are old 2-lane roads. 802.1 added more lanes and supports both city 2.4 Gs and freeway 5 Gs. 802.1 AC is a high-speed.
Okay, hold on. No, give me a chart. I want a chart. No, I could have sworn that 5 gigahertz was first. I remember learning that 5 gigahertz was first. Or maybe I just thought it was first because it was A. And then that's B. Give me another chart. I want another chart. I like this chart. Give me this chart. C is Wi-Fi 5. AX is Wi-Fi 6. And now we're at... Okay. Because now we're at A6. AX. This is the frequency. That's the max data transfer. One of one. Is YouTube not connected? Hold on, we're connecting your channels. You know, I don't know who's watching on Twitch. Thank you for the one viewer who's streaming on Twitch. I don't know who it is. But for whatever reason, I can't see your chats. And now I can. Okay, whatever. Okay, moving forward. In-depth explanation. 802.11b, 802.11g, 802.11n, 2.4 only. Ow. Yeah, my chats are going in and out. I don't know, man. I'm starting to not like Restream. I don't know what's going on with Restream. That's how Restream.io is how I multi-platform stream. Maybe there's a better one out there. You're setting up a gaming room or office and want maximum speed for minimum interference. You choose no socks. Oh my god, you're fat. Also, for maximum speed with minimum interference, you choose 802.11 AC router and a Wi-Fi card. They use 5G and gives release interference. Okay. Can't believe it didn't ask me for a chart or something. Next question. Hold on, let's reread this real quick while that generates.
Smart refresher 1.5 compare and control.
I hate when it does
Which of the following 802.11 standards will provide the fastest wireless network throughput and work in the 5 GHz band only?
802.11 AC. Okay. Okay, I knew it wasn't B. That is 2.4 hertz. G apparently is 2.4 hertz. So that's very outdated, still outdated. The N is dual band. I think the N is what most people use. So G is outdated. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Next.
Let's go step by step through this 2. Simplified answer. Enhanced quad small form factor pluggable QSFP+3. Analogy. Imagine sending vehicles data across a bridge. SFP Plus is a single-lane bridge up to 10 Gbps. QSFP Plus is a 4-lane highway. It combines 4 lanes of 10 Gbps to deliver 40 Gbps. To move 30 plus gigabits per second, you need the highway, QSFP Plus. 4. In-depth explanation. QSFP Plus, Quad Small Form Factor Pluggable Plus, supports 40 gigabits per second, 4 by 10 gigabits per second channels. Designed for high-speed data center uplinks and core router connectivity. Can use fiber or copper, depending on the transceiver module. Other options. Connector, Technology Y. It's a real-world example. In a data center, you're upgrading your aggregation layer. You need to connect your new top-of-rack switch to a core router that pushes 40 Gbps. The switch and router both support QSFP+, so you use a QSFP+ transceiver and fiber optic cable to make the connection, ensuring you meet or exceed the required 30 Gbps throughput. Final answer, enhanced quad small form factor pluggable QSFP+. Would you like a diagram comparing SFP+, QSFP+, and WDM technologies?
Yes.
Ready for the next question?
So what was the actual question? I don't know if I replayed it.
An engineer has installed a new router but is not connected to the core network yet. What type of connector should the engineer install to get the requested throughput of 30 Gbps or more?
Connection type multiplex technology. So SFP plus is 10 gigabytes per second with the throughput. QSFP plus is 40. These are much bigger. However, it's asking for what type of connector should the engineer install to get the requested throughput of 30. Well, it looks like that one's the answer, or more. Oh, we have a discrepancy. Important notice, distinction, not physical connectors like this. Okay. Network Plus study guide says no. Says that it is. Oh no, that's right. Yes. So because it's okay. Never mind. No. I got it confused. I've been doing this for way too long. I still have 2 more sections. SFP Plus supports only 10 gigabytes, not sufficient for the 30 gigabytes, which is why it is the QSFP Plus. And that's exactly what it says here.
Enhanced quad small form factor pluggable QSFP Plus supports 40 GBE by provisioning 4 times 10 gigabits per second links. Enhanced form factor pluggable SFP Plus is an updated specification to support 10 GBE, but still uses the LC form factor.
What is 10 GBE? What is that? Whoops. Fat fingers. What does that mean, 10 GBE? Oh, gigabit Ethernet. Oh, duh. Alright. Let's see if we can put an end to this section.
An engineer has installed a new router but is not connected to the core network yet. What type of connector should the engineer install to get the requested throughput of 30 Gbps or more?
QSFP Plus. We just did that. I'm gonna have to really sit on this.
The T11 ANSI standard can be a particularly expensive way to connect a storage area
Fiber
network
channel.
SAN and involves 3 main types of components: the initiator, the target, and a director. What is the name of the standard?
I've memorized that these words go with this, but I don't know the sustenance behind it. Like, I don't know why. Fiber really kind of escapes me.
Standards will provide the fastest wireless network throughput and work in the 5 GHz band only.
Legacy, dual. This was Wi-Fi 5, I believe.
An organization has asked a junior network technician to retrieve some swappable ports that host a single LC connection per port. Since there are numerous inserts for network devices, which should the technician retrieve?
SFP.
Network equipment in a rack system has limited in-front-facing space with the door closed. A technician uses small form factor connectors to connect a fiber cable.
LC for Larry Campbell. You guys don't know who Larry Campbell is, but he was one of my professors in college. Okay, but also like low space. Okay. Whew. Was that 5 or 6? Compare and contrast network topologies, architectures, and types. I think that was 5. I think we're on 6 now. Maybe this will go a little bit faster. Let's find out. See how well I do.
Each layer of the 3 tiers provides fault-tolerant interconnection. Cisco's design principles for a 3-tiered hierarchy break large networks into smaller sections with different functions that are specific to each tier. Which layer of the 3 tiers provides fault-tolerant interconnections between different access blocks and is capable of using routing boundaries?
The aggregation layer.
You've implemented an ad hoc wireless network that doesn't employ a wireless access point. Every wireless network card can communicate directly with any other wireless network card on the network. Which type of physical network topology have you implemented in this network?
A mesh.
In a spine and leaf topology, there are 2 layers, the spine and the leaf. What do the top-tier switches in the spine layer comprise, even though neither link to the other?
The top tier? The backbone? Yeah, that just makes the most sense. See what I mean by bus? Like, what are we talking about bus?
Which of the following topologies is a network of 2 or more nodes that shares access to the network, but only one node can be active at any one time?
Bus.
A network technician is setting up a new office space by plugging in computers, printers, and telephones to workgroup switches via structured cabling and ports on the wall. What tier of the network hierarchy is the network technician plugging these devices?
So a network technician is setting up a new office space by plugging up computers, printers, like basically he's plugging all the nodes. Okay, structure cloud ports on the walls. What tier in the network hierarchy? Okay, we're gonna look that up in a second to make sure that I fully understand it. We're not gonna look at it right now. I think it's access. Yeah, because that's like you're gonna use these nodes in order to access. Now let's look at it. Core, distribution, access. Okay, that makes sense. And then it's also called leaves and things like that. It's just simple analogies, honestly.
Which of the following methods is used to encapsulate IP packets for transmission over serial digital lines?
Oh. I think it's point-to-point protocol. This has to do with IPv6, trying to go with IPv4. Transport layer security, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Same thing with the security, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Which of the following methods is used to encapsulate IP packets for transmission over serial digit lines? I don't know what serial digit lines are. I think I do. Serial is like the serial part, like that. So I would think point-to-point protocol. Yeah.
An employee working from home uses a virtual private network, VPN, to access certain websites. To connect to the VPN, the employee needs to request access to a server. What kind of traffic is the employee's request from the machine to the server?
East to west. Wait. No. North and south. Because he's a small fry trying to ask permission from the big guy.
A real estate agent is uploading photos of the latest listing onto the corporate website. Once the agent uploads the photos, they pass through multiple servers undergoing quality checks and sorting to ensure that they appear in the most relevant searches. What term best describes the passing of data from server to server in this scenario?
It's going to be east to west. Yeah. Top of rack switching. No. North and south is what we just had. Branch office versus non-whatever. I don't know what that is, but like that has nothing to do with anything.
Which deployment model might a travel organization use to handle higher utilization forecasts during certain times of the year?
I'm going to say hybrid. Yep. 9 for 9. That one, I feel, look, I'm not gonna lie. After the last few sections, like, I really needed that one. Let's read this real quick.
Great question. Let's break down 3. Analogy. Imagine a city's transportation.
Hold on.
2. Simplified answer. Network hierarchy refers to the tiered design of a network, typically split into core, distribution, and access layers, to organize, manage, and scale network traffic efficiently. 3. Analogy. Imagine a city's transportation system. Core, high-speed freeways between cities' data centers, major hubs. Distribution, main roads connecting neighborhoods, office floors, or departments. Access, local streets that reach homes and shops. End devices like PCs and printers. Each layer has a role, and together they keep traffic flowing efficiently. 4. In-depth explanation. 3-tier network hierarchy model. Layer purpose devices function score layer fast. Reliable backbone for large data transfer high-speed routers. Switches. Data centers distribution layer controls traffic between access. And core layers layer 3 switches. Routing policies. VLAN's access layer provides device connectivity to the network switches. Wireless access points. Edge firewalls. Alternative, collapsed core. In smaller networks, core and distribution layers are merged to save on cost and complexity. Benefits of hierarchy, easier to scale, better troubleshooting. 5. Real-world example. At a university campus, core layer connects all major buildings via fiber optic backbones. Distribution layer routes traffic between departments like the library, admin, and labs. Access layer connects individual student staff devices, lab computers, and printers. The hierarchy makes it easy to isolate issues and apply specific policies, for example, limiting bandwidth for dorm Wi-Fi versus academic resources.
Core, distribution, access, PC, AP, print, server. Okay, cool. Next. Dude, the first section is literally a third of all of the material, by the way. That's insane. It's a third of all of the material. We are on number 7.
A network administrator is reviewing the company's network and surveying current network configurations. After examining a few hosts, the administrator notes that the general Internet Protocol IP scheme starts with a first octet at 10, and all are using a default mask of 255.0.0.0.0. Which of the following is true for this network? Select 2.
If the octet is starting at 10, normally that's a public IP address. And that's also a class A network. Wrong. Wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay. After the slew of wins I just had. Look. Whenever good things happen in my life, I immediately get scared. Because I know that if something good is happening right now, that means it's only a matter of time before something awful happens. And when something awful happens to me, I get really excited. Because I know that this too will pass. And I will have something exciting that will happen.
The hosts on a company's network all use a public Internet Protocol IP address. The first octet in the IP range is 132. Which of the following IPv4 address classes does the company's IP address belong to?
This is another thing too. This is also legacy. They don't really do this anymore. There's not really a lot of public IP addresses in IPv4 that are left to be distributed. So I don't really understand. Maybe there are. I mean, I have an IPv4 public IP address that's assigned to me through my service provider. At least I think it's a public IP address. Could not be. It could just be a private IP. Oh my god, that would blow my mind. Okay, I do not remember this. I do not remember.
A company has 725 hosts on the network that utilize public Internet Protocol IP addresses. In addition, it has 3 contiguous Class C addresses for the hosts. The company recently implemented classless interdomain routing CIDR to assist with the maintenance of their 3 networks. What benefit will CIDR provide for the company's network?
I feel like I know this.
CIDR will provide groups of address ranges reserved for special use and are not publicly routable. CIDR will allow a network designer to allocate ranges of IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for numbers of subnets and hosts. CIDR will use bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity of the subnet and host address scheme. CIDR will provide translation between the private and public addresses.
No, I'm pretty sure it's this one. I'm false. I'm wrong. Ooh, I'm taking L's left and right.
A Windows server cannot connect to the public network. After entering an ipconfig all command, you discover that the...
It's a puppy! A papa! Right there. Look, I'm gonna make it say it. A papa!
Question. A Windows server cannot connect to...
No! Say this. I want you to say this. Oh, I won't do it. But that's what it is. Whenever you see 169, that is a local IP address. A papa! A puppy!
Internet Protocol IP address that is in the Class B private address range.
It's not this one. This is a puppy. I think it's 10. Buddy.
A network administrator is setting up a 192.168.1.0 to support the sales and marketing VLSM, to support the sales and marketing department. The sales department has 120 computers, and the marketing department has 50 computers. Which of the following Internet Protocol IP address configurations will provide adequate support for the marketing department? Select 2.
Okay. This requires math. Using a formula of math in order to subnet that I still struggle with. This is the core component right here. 20 computers, 50 computers. And it wants to know which of the following Internet Protocol configurations will provide the adequate support for the marketing team. So we need the marketing department that has 50. Uh-oh, I think someone just got here? Okay, it was my girl that walked in. Okay, marketing department that has 50 computers. What is it? What do you mean it's stuff from Emily? Like, what is it?
It's a salad with some steak. It's like steak strips, like this.
Like, I guess later. I guess I'm on 1.7 of 1.8. Okay. Okay, this is really hard, and now I'm being disrupted. Marketing department has 50 computers. I think it's gonna be these two. I need to relearn how to do this. Can we ask ChatGPT? Yes, this is what it is. Subnet mask. Okay. So the CIDR is 27, 26, 25. Total IPs to use, 32. Too small. 64 usable IPs is 62 because you always have to take the first one off and the last one off. Oof. I'm getting burnt fast. I need to finish this.
2 Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP address resolution protocol queries. Only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. What is the most likely cause of this issue?
Okay, 2 Windows hosts are connected to a switch and are contending to respond to an ARP. Oh, we have duplicated IP addresses, and in the switch, in its address book, it has the MAC address assigned to 2 different IP addresses. Okay, so the thing with this one is that it's either going to be an expired IP address or a duplicated IP address, because what would happen is that like someone was offline, they got back online, their IP address expired. So now we have duplicated IP addresses. So we're looking for what the issue is, not the why. We don't care, or the how. We don't care how it happened. We care what the issue is. It's duplicated. Dang it. That is not right. We'll have to go back and look at it. I am taking a lot of L's on this one.
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
Okay, I was not paying attention to that. Let me close my door.
What allows a network designer to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number of subnets and hosts per subnet?
Interior domain routing, I believe. What allows network designers to allocate ranges of Internet Protocol IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted need for the number? Public addressing, private addressing, viable linked subnet masks. Oh, dang it, dude. It's one of these two. It's one of these two. Viable linked subnet masks. I don't think it's this. I think it's this one. Let's go. All right, let's learn. Okay, let's read through this one real quick. I'm gonna let it generate this one. Yeah. I don't know why I had so many. /24. Okay, I'm gonna let it generate, but I wanted to read a little bit of this.
Let's go step by step using your preferred 5-part format. You're asked to find 2 IP configurations that can adequately support 50 devices for the marketing department within the 192.13 analogy. Think of VLSM like cutting a pizza to serve different size groups. The marketing team only needs 50 slices IP addresses, so we slice the pizza into just enough pieces. Not too many, not too few. You give bigger slices subnets to departments with more users and smaller slices to smaller teams. 4. In-depth explanation. Step 1. How many usable IPs are needed? Marketing requires 50 usable IPs. You need a subnet that supports at least 50 usable hosts. Usable host calculation. Subnet mask sitter total, IPS usable, IPS 200 and 55.200 and 55.200 and 55.200 and 24, 2734, 230. Too small, 255.200 and...
Okay, 27s. Okay, this is basically just exactly what this setup here. So the 26 is valid. The 25 works, but may be better used for the 120. Okay, now let's look at this bad boy.
Let's work through this step by step using your preferred format to fully understand. 1. Restate the question. You're reviewing a network where IP addresses start with 10.xxx and use the default subnet mask 255.0.0.0. You're asked, which 2 statements are true about this network? 2. Simplified answer. Private IP addressing Class A network. 3. Analogy. Imagine IP addresses like home addresses. Public IPs are like addresses on a real city map, unique and visible globally. Private IPs are like addresses in a private gated community, internal use only. And the Class ABC system is like zoning types. It tells you how big the neighborhood can be. 4. In-depth explanation. IP range breakdown. 10.0.0.0, 10.255.255.
Is a private IP range as defaulted by RFC 1918. Interesting. The default subnet for Class A, the first octet 10, is in the Class A range. 1 through 126. See, okay, we need to know IP addresses classes. Class A is 0 through 127. Class B is 128 to 191. Class C is 192 to 223. Class D, which is multicast. Class E, which is enterprise. Okay, man, I gotta get better at understanding this stuff. A's range is huge, and it just gets smaller and smaller as it goes. Okay.
255 is a private IP range.
Default mask for A is 255.0.0.0. Okay. I'm starting to kind of see where I'm weak at. So my question is why is it a private IP address?
A Class A network can be identified by the first octet being in the range of 1 to 126. It supports large numbers of hosts over 16 million. Private IP addresses are used for internal networks. They can be drawn from one of the pools of addresses defined in RFC 1918, or better known as Class A, B, and C private address ranges.
Private IP addresses are used for internal networks. Got it. They can be drawn from. So my thing of it is like, okay, hold on. Let's read the question again. I don't understand why the answer is private IP address and not public.
A network administrator is reviewing the company's network and surveying current network configurations. After examining a few hosts, The administrator notes that the general Internet Protocol IP scheme starts with a first octet at 10, and all are using a default mask of 255.0.0.0. Which of the following is true for this network? Select 2.
The default subnet mask. No, it's reserved for private networks. An enterprise builds a large internal network for hundreds of departments. They assign IP addresses, etc. This IP block never appears on the internet. Instead, a NAT. Okay, so I must have not heard in the question it was talking about a few hosts. The administrator. Okay, examining a few hosts. That's the giveaway. That's okay. I understand now. Okay, let's move on.
The hosts on a company's network all use a public Internet Protocol IP address. The first octet in the IP range is 132. Which of the following IPv4 address classes does the company's IP address belong to?
Should be B. Oh. I'm the one who chose C. That, I'm just gonna have to memorize it. That's all it comes down to. 0 to 127 is A. 128 to 191 is B. 192 to 223 is C. And those are kind of the big ones. Can you stop? I'm about to kick you guys out. Okay. 192 is C. If I remember that 192 starts C and 127 ends A, then I should be able to memorize the others, or at least have a gentle understanding of it.
A company has 725 hosts on the network that utilize public Internet Protocol IP addresses. In addition, it has 3 contiguous Class C addresses for the hosts. The company recently implemented classless interdomain routing CIDR to assist with the maintenance of their 3 networks. What benefit will CIDR provide for the company's network?
CIDR will use bits normally assigned to the network ID to make the complexity of the subnet and host address schemes. I think I followed that. I think I understood that.
The company is using classless interdomain routing CIDR. CIDR uses bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity of the subnet and host addressing scheme within the network. This allows CIDR to collapse the company's 3 routing entries into one single entry.
Is a method for allocating IP addresses and routing traffic on the internet. It was introduced to replace the old classful network addressing system and improve efficiency. Oh, it's a band-aid. Is a way to represent IP addresses and their corresponding subnet mask in a more compact and flexible format than... Oh! This is what it is. That's the host bits. That's the network bit. The bit counting system. The subnet. This, I believe this number is the CIDR notation saved us from running out of IP addresses with the same neat mathematics. With some neat mathematics. This right here. Okay. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. So CIDR will use bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity, aka the subnet mask, of the subnet mask in host address scheme. So it basically is using fancy DNT math to create this number, and this is the number that I'm having a hard time understanding okay, it's starting to make sense. It's starting to make sense what this is, because I knew that this was a subnet, but I didn't know how it connected with 255.255.255.255. I didn't understand how that worked, but this is how. Okay, I still don't fully understand it, but I understand that there are separate things that go together, and that this is like a condensed down version of a subnet mask. Okay.
The company is using classless interdomain routing CIDR. CIDR uses bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity of the subnet and host addressing scheme within the network. This allows CIDR to collapse the company's 3 routing entries into one single entry.
Yes. It's just using super fancy language. Okay, you boys, y'all are driving me nuts. Okay, I have to get this done, and I'm about to kick you guys out. So let's go. Come on. Come on. Nope. 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 No, it is nowhere near food time. We're done. Come on. How did you get fatter? Oh, walking all over my keyboard and all over different stuff. I'm over it. Okay. Oh, no.
Which of the following is an Internet Protocol IP address that is in the Class B private address range?
Okay. Class C starts with 192. Class A ends with 127, meaning that it must be this one. That's Class A. I believe that's Class A. That's a puppy. Just 127 is reserved. Look up purpose to verify. Okay. For automatic IP addresses. So 169 is reserved for automatic IP addresses, but that's in the C class. I can totally understand, like, IPv4 was used very inefficiently. Like there's not enough of them to go around in the world now with all the Internet of Things, and like how, I mean, my microwave has a freaking IP address, like you know what I mean? But it makes total sense, you know. Even if it was used efficiently, we'd have to get rid of it, but it was used very, very, very inefficiently. Duplicated MAC addresses.
2 Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP address resolution protocol queries. Only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. What is the most likely cause of this issue? Answer: you were sure and incorrect. Duplicate IP address. A duplicate media access control MAC address causes both hosts to contend with each other when responding to address resolution protocol ARP queries. Then, communications could be split between them or reach only one of the hosts. If Windows detects a duplicate Internet Protocol IP address, it displays a warning and disables IP traffic.
Oh, because it thinks that it could be a spoof. Or not a spoof, it thinks that it could have a rogue DHCP server or something like that. Okay, so my explanation about this earlier was correct, but I had IP address and MAC address switched. Let's still to make sure that that is correct, let's next question. Let's go through it. Incorrect, incorrect. Yeah, I know. If Windows an expired IP address forces the client to renew its IP lease with an available DHCP server, this does not apply to ARP requests. But there's something with the ARP request and the MAC address in its table, and with duplicate IP addresses.
Let's break this. Restate the question. Two Windows hosts are connected to the same switch. They're both trying to respond to ARP requests, but only one host is receiving traffic. What's the most likely cause? 2. Simplified answer. Duplicate MAC address. When two devices have the same hardware address, the switch can only deliver traffic to one of them reliably. 3. Analogy. Imagine two houses on the same street have the same house number. When the mail carrier delivers a package, they have no way to know which house it's truly for, so they pick one or get confused. That's how a switch works when it sees two MAC addresses that are the same. It updates its MAC address table with only one port per MAC address. 4. In-depth explanation. How ARP and MAC work. ARP maps IP addresses to MAC addresses.
Yes.
Switches forward Ethernet frames using a MAC address table CAM table. If
Yes.
two devices share the same MAC, the switch can only associate that MAC with one switch port at a time. What happens with a duplicate MAC? The switch sees MAC address 10 on port 1, then on port 2, and updates its table. Now all traffic for MAC 10 goes to port 2 only. The device on port 1 is essentially cut off from receiving traffic. Why it's not duplicate IP in this case? With a duplicate IP, both devices might respond to ARP, but they'd have different MAC addresses. You'd get intermittent communication, not a complete black hole for one device.
Okay.
5. Real-world example. An admin clones a virtual machine, but forgets to change the MAC address. Now both the original and clone have identical MACs. The switch learns the MAC from one port, but when it sees it from another port, it updates its table, unintentionally disconnecting the original. Final answer. Duplicate MAC address is correct, because only one host is receiving traffic due to MAC table
Okay, that makes sense.
Answer. 127.50.137.81.
What?
Which of the following is an internet
Okay, which of the following is the internet protocol address that is in the Class B private address range? Class B is anything that is 128 and above. No, no, yes, because 192 is Class C, and 169 is a puppy. A papa.
communications from two systems receive split communications from ARP address resolution protocol queries. What would cause this configuration issue to occur?
Oh, it's receiving split communications. This is duplicated IP address. What? But that's just what you talked about a second ago, ChatGPT. That it wouldn't be a total blackout. It even said this would not be a total blackout. Would get you intermittent communication, not a complete black hole on one device.
A company has 350 hosts that connect to the network. All of the hosts use a public internet protocol IP address. Which of the following is most likely to be used by the company for the first octet in their IP address range?
What are you talking about? The company has 350 hosts that are connected to the network. All the hosts use public internet protocol, which is IP address. Which of the following is most likely? Oh, all of the hosts use a public IP address? Which of the following is most likely to be used by the company for the first octet of the IP range? It should have been 255. Right? No, it's a company. So it should have been 125 because it's a Class A.
A company has 725 hosts on their network that utilize public Internet Protocol IP addresses. In addition, they have 3 contiguous Class C addresses for the hosts. Instead of maintaining 3 routing tables, the company has 1 single entry. What of the following allows the company to consolidate their routing tables?
This. Which of the following allows the company to consolidate the routing tables? This is just the shorthand of it. I don't... then it is this. Dang it, dude.
What is the significance of the name localhost in the context of IP networking? It is a reserved domain name for future Internet protocols.
No.
It represents the highest priority host in a multicast group.
No.
It is associated with the numeric loopback address for internal testing. It is the default name for the primary network interface.
I think it's this one. Yes. Okay.
A network administrator is reviewing the company's network and surveying current network configurations. After examining a few hosts, the administrator notes that the general Internet Protocol IP scheme starts with a first octet at 10.
No, I didn't finish reading it. Two systems receive split communications from ARP. I thought that it was going to be a blackout, but apparently it's not.
Protocol ARP queries. A duplicate media access control MAC address causes both hosts to contend with each other when responding to address resolution protocol ARP queries. Then, communications could be split between them or reach only one of the hosts. If Windows detects a duplicate Internet Protocol IP address, it displays a warning and disables IP traffic. In this case, network traffic.
Okay. That means I got it wrong twice. Okay.
A company has 350 hosts that connect to the network. All of the hosts use a public Internet Protocol IP address. Which of the following is most likely to be used by the company for the first octet in their IP address range? The company will require the use of a Class B public network. This network can have up to 65,500.
Why would it use a Class B and not a Class A? Class A is large networks. First octet is purpose design for very large organizations or networks with millions of hosts. Class B, purpose for medium large networks like universities, large enterprises. The first 2 octets, okay, and this is a lot, but this is not millions. Okay. And then 192 is normally for like the first octet. 192 will not be a suffix. This octet falls in the Class C, which supports. Okay. Small networks range, ideal for small, medium network sizes, small businesses. Reserved for multicast addressing, used sending single streams of data, multiple. Okay. Okay, I understand why I got this wrong.
Network ID to mask the complexity of the subnet and host addressing scheme within the network. PSI-DR allows the company to collapse the 3 routing entries into one single entry.
Doesn't say collapse it. Oh, yes, it does. Single entry right there. Okay, I got this wrong because I didn't read all of it.
2 Windows hosts connected to a switch are contending to respond to ARP address resolution protocol queries. only one of the hosts is receiving network traffic. What is the most likely
address.
cause of this issue? The hosts on a company's network all use a public internet protocol IP address. The first octet in the IP range is 132. Which of the following IPv4 address classes does the company's IP address belong to?
So it's 132. It's B. Because class A ends at 127 and class C starts with 192. The first octet is going to be 10. And all are using default 192 or 255. So it's going to be a class A network and then /24 as the DICP, I think is what it is not a public, it has nothing to do with that. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It is class A network and it is a private IP address because it says after examining a few hosts. Damn, dude, that's the third time I've got that wrong. I'm tired, and I still have another section to do.
A company has 725 hosts on the network that utilize public internet protocol IP addresses. In addition, it has 3 contiguous Class C addresses for the hosts. The company recently implemented classless interdomain routing CIDR to assist with the maintenance of their 3 networks. What benefit will CIDR provide for the company's network? Smart Refresher 1.7 given a scenario, use
So it will provide translation between private, kind of. So it will use bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity of the scheme. Maybe CIDR will provide groups of address ranges reserved for special uses. No, and are not publicly for the routable. CIDR will allow network designer to allocate ranges of IP addresses to subnets that match the predicted subnets in the host. Oh my gosh, dude. I know what it is. It's the little slash. It's consolidating it. Oh my god, dude. My brain is burnt.
Call IP address that is in the Class B private address range.
Okay. It's not this. It's a poppy that's reserved, and that's in C. It's this one because B is between 128 and 191. I just have to, yes. CIDR will use bits normally assigned to the network ID to mask the complexity. They word it so weird, man. To mask the complexity of the subnet in a host address scheme. Basically, to simplify it. They're just simplifying it. Okay.
Two systems receive split communications from ARP address resolution protocol queries. What would cause this configuration issue to occur?
Duplicated MAC addresses. I'm gonna have to do this section again. I'm gonna do my best to get it through. But I want to finish it out, because finishing it out, like, it's gonna record all my data, and then it's gonna poop back all the, when I go back to review, it's gonna poop back all the questions that I got wrong most often, and I've gotten a lot of these wrong. Okay, a company has 365 hosts, all of them use public blah blah blah. Which of the following is most likely to be used by the company for the first octet? 132, because it needs to be in the B class. The A class is used for giant things. B is used for like medium size. C is for like local. Well, I don't want to say the word local. That's a different buzzword. But like smaller businesses. So 132. Yes. I can't just memorize the answers. Like, I have to know what these are.
A company has 725 hosts on their network that utilize public internet protocol IP addresses. In addition, they have 3 contiguous
right
class.
Here, 2 has one single entry. Which of the following company consolidates the routing tables? CIDR. I don't know if it's called CIDR or CIDR, but whatever. Okay. I just know this one. it's the Class A. And the reason it's Class A is because the octet starts with 10, and it is a private IP address because we have a subnet mask. This is the one that words it really strange. It's not strange. It just uses like technical. It uses an academic definition. I'm not big on academic definitions. Yeah, that's what I thought, dog. Like, did not do well. Okay, we have one section left, which is section 8. And then we're done. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we're gonna finish this. And then we're gonna be done. Awesome. Okay, boys. Let's do it.
Be most beneficial for this. A company is planning to deploy a new cloud service that requires rapid scaling of network resources based on demand. Which SDN feature would be most beneficial for this scenario? Central policy management, proprietary networking protocols, manual configuration of network devices, physical network segmentation.
I feel like my brain is a smoldering piece of ash right now. I cannot even remember what SND is. So a company is planning, okay. All right, let's do it. A company is planning to deploy a new cloud service, a new cloud service that requires rapid scaling of network resources based on demand, which SDN, service demand network, I just made that up. I have no idea if that's right or not. Feature would be most beneficial in the scenario. Controlled policy management, proprietary network protocols, manual configurations, physical network segmentation. Process of elimination. I'm just using test taking skills. Physical network segmentation, Probably not, because it needs to be rapid. It said rapid scaling. Doing anything physical network segmentation is probably going to take forever. Same thing with manual. I'm going to say proprietary network protocols, because the protocols are going to help me scale. That's my rationalization. Let's see if I'm right. I'm wrong. Cool. Next one. Let's go.
Where is the SD-WAN controller and management software typically located?
Did I even do this section? I don't even remember doing this. When is the SD-WAN controller and management software typically located? In a public cloud, on every device, and corporate data center at each branch office. I literally do not remember going over any of these questions.
A network designer is explaining the options a business owner has to manage his business network infrastructure. One option the business owner can choose will allow devices to provision and decommission quickly, and to configure the devices via code in scripts. What is the term for the option described?
A management plan. Buddy, I don't eat Oreos. I eat Elios, because all I do is take L's.
What technology is typically used inside data centers to implement overlay networks?
I like half guessed. I wish I wouldn't have, because I want to know what these other ones are. I think that's fiber. Which of the following is a valid IPv6 address? No. Okay, that's super easy.
A company is upgrading its network infrastructure to support IPv6, while still needing to maintain connectivity with IPv4-only services. They decide to implement a dual-stack approach on their routers and servers. Which of the following outcomes is a direct result of this decision? Dual-stack configuration will automatically translate IPv4 addresses into IPv6 addresses for all outbound traffic. Devices on the company's network can communicate using either IPv4 or IPv6, depending on the destination's address availability. The company's network will only be able to communicate with other networks that are also configured for dual-stack. The company will need to manually configure each device to use IPv6 over IPv4 for each connection attempt.
It's neither of these two. It's one of these two. So dual stacks configuration will automatically transfer IPv4 addresses into IPv6 addresses for all outgoing traffic. Devices on the company's network can communicate using either IPv4 or IPv6 depending on the destination. Okay, I think it's this one. This one makes the most sense. Let's go. Which technology does SASE combine? Ew. I think it's this, but I want to know. What is a common example of an overlay network? What is a common example of an overlay network? A VPN, Ethernet, local area network. It's got to be VPN, but I don't understand the question.
A company is planning to deploy a new cloud service that requires rapid scaling of network resources based on demand. Which SDN feature would be most beneficial for this scenario? Central policy management allows for the dynamic and automated configuration of network resources, which is essential for supporting the rapid scaling required by cloud services. Through SDN, policies defining network behavior can be centrally managed and automatically applied, enabling quick adaptation to changing demands without the need for manual reconfiguration. Manual configuration of network devices would be too slow and error-prone for the dynamic needs of cloud services. Physical network segmentation does not offer the flexibility or speed of adaptation required for cloud services, where logical, software-defined segmentation is more efficient. Proprietary networking protocols would limit interoperability and flexibility, whereas SDN often leverages open standards for broader compatibility and adaptability. Interoperability. Let's break it down using your preferred format to understand why. Restate the question. A company wants to deploy a cloud service that needs to rapidly scale network resources based on demand. Which software-defined networking SDN feature helps the most? 2. Simplified answer. Central policy management. It allows network configurations and changes to happen automatically and quickly from a central controller. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're running a concert and want to control lights, sound, and security from one control booth, rather than shouting instructions across the venue. That's what central policy management in SDN does. You control the whole network from one place and can make changes instantly, rather than configuring devices one by one. 4. In-depth explanation. What is SDN? Software-defined networking separates the control plane decision-making from the data plane actual traffic flow, letting. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're running a concert and want to control lights, sound, and security from one control booth, rather than shouting instructions across the venue. That's what central policy management in SDN does. You control the whole network from one place and can make changes instantly, rather than configuring devices one by one. 4. In-depth explanation. What is SDN? Software-defined networking separates the control plane decision-making from the data plane actual traffic flow, letting a central controller manage all network devices programmatically. Central policy management allows you to define behavior for the entire network from a single point. Automates provisioning and scaling, crucial for cloud environments where resources grow and shrink quickly. Supports real-time demand without touching every switch router manually. Why the other options are wrong. Proprietary networking protocols limit flexibility and don't support dynamic scaling across different vendor devices. Manual configuration. 5. Real-world example. A company hosts a video streaming service. When traffic spikes, for example, during a viral event, their SDN controller detects the load and automatically increases bandwidth, reroutes traffic, and spins up more virtual routers' firewalls, all without human intervention. This agility is powered by centralized policy management. Final answer. Central policy management. It's the SDN feature that enables fast, automated, scalable changes in response to demand. Let me know when you're ready for the next question. Centralizing the SD-WAN controller and management software in a corporate data center or the cloud allows for easier management and scalability of the network infrastructure. At each branch office would decentralize and complicate the management of the SD-WAN. On every user device is impractical and does not align with the centralized control model of SD-WAN. inside the ISP's facilities is incorrect, as ISPs do not manage customer SD-WAN controllers. A network designer is explaining the options a business owner has to manage his business network infrastructure. One option the business owner can choose will allow devices to provision and decommission quickly, and to configure the devices via code in scripts. What is the term for the option described? A software-defined network makes all parts of the network infrastructure accessible to automation and orchestration technologies. The management plane sits at the same level as the control plane, but is in place to monitor traffic conditions and the network status. Let's break this down to fully understand why the correct 2. Simplified answer. Software-defined network SDN. It separates control from hardware, letting you manage the network programmatically through automation and scripts. 3. Analogy. Think of SDN like using a smart home app. You can turn off lights, lock doors, or change your thermostat from your phone with just a few lines of code or clicks. Without it, you'd have to physically walk to every device and make changes manually. 4. In-depth explanation. What is SDN? SDN decouples the control plane decision logic from the data plane actual packet forwarding. A central controller, the brain, manages all network devices via APIs or scripts. It allows provisioning, decommissioning, and configuration via code, making the network highly agile and programmable. Why SDN is the best match for the scenario. SDN supports infrastructure as code IAC, where network configurations can be written in scripts. Devices can be spun up or removed in real time using automated tools. This flexibility is ideal for modern, cloud-driven business environments. Why the other choices are incorrect. Distribution aggregation layer. That's a traditional network topology layer, not a management approach. Management plane refers to how network devices are monitored and 5. Real-world example. A company using SDN can deploy a new branch office network in minutes by applying a configuration script that sets up firewalls, switches, and VLANs, all from a central controller, without ever touching the hardware. Final answer. Software-defined network, the only option that enables scripted, fast, and programmable network control. Let me know when you're ready for the next question. SESE combines software-defined wide-area network SD-WAN and security service edge SSE technologies to create a secure, efficient way to connect users to services regardless of location. VPNs are a classic example of overlay networks because they create a secure logical network over the public internet or any other network, effectively hiding the complexity of the underlying network infrastructure. A host with a media access control MAC of 000, 72 8 billions, 31 8 billions CB uses a global scope addressing scheme. One identifier for this host is 272.8 BFF Phi 31.8 BCB. With the Internet Protocol version 6 IPv6 addressing scheme in mind, which of the following does this identifier represent? Let's break this one down. 2. Simplified answer. NAT64 translates IPv6 addresses into IPv4 addresses using a fixed prefix, allowing IPv6 hosts to communicate directly with IPv4 networks. 3. Analogy. Think of NAT64 like a language translator at an international meeting. The IPv6 host speaks French. The IPv4 host speaks English. The translator, NAT64, understands both and translates French into English and back, so they can talk even though they speak different languages. The translator uses a consistent rule of fixed prefix, so it always knows who it's talking about. 4. In-depth explanation. NAT64, network address translation, IPv6 to IPv4, is used when IPv6-only clients need to access IPv4-only servers. It works by embedding the IPv4 address into an IPv6 address using a well-known or configured prefix, typically 64F9B96. The NAT64 device intercepts the IPv6 traffic, extracts the embedded IPv4 address, translates the packet, and sends it across the IPv4 network. It does the reverse for responses. Important distinction. NAT64 does not require dual stack on the clients. NAT64 is not tunneling its translation at the protocol level. It enables communication even when the destination has no IPv6 at all. 5. Real-world example. Let's say an IPv6-only smartphone wants to connect to example.com. But that server is IPv4 only. The phone asks a DNS64 server for the IP of example.com. DNS64 replies with an IPv6 address that includes the IPv4 address using the NAT64 prefix. The phone sends a packet to that IPv6 address. The NAT64 gateway translates it into an IPv4 packet, forwards it to the IPv4 server, and then does the reverse for the response. NAT64 translates IPv6 addresses into IPv4 addresses. Let's walk through this question thoroughly. 2. Simplified answer. Extended Unique Identifier, EUI64. 3. Analogy. Imagine you're assigning room numbers to everyone in a huge building based on their fingerprints, which are unique. But you don't want to use the fingerprint directly. Instead, you insert a fixed code in the middle and slightly adjust one part, so the result is still unique, but formatted for the building system. That's what EUI64 does. It takes a device's MAC address, modifies it slightly, and turns it into a unique IPv6 interface ID. 4. In-depth explanation. IPv6 addresses are 128 bits and typically broken into two parts. First 64 bits, network prefix, for example, global routing prefix plus subnet. Last 64 bits, interface identity. 4. Identifier, often generated from the device's MAC address using EUI64. To convert a 48 000 72 8 billions F 31 8 billions CB. 5. Real-world example or scenario. Your router assigns global IPv6 addresses to your devices. To ensure each device has a unique address, the router uses the device's MAC address to create an EUI64-based identifier, ensuring global uniqueness without needing manual assignment or DHCPv6. So when you see something like FEXXXX in the interface ID of an IPv6 address, it's almost always created using EUI64. What is the goal of making the implicit trust zone as small and transient as possible in ZTA? When an IPv6 address is used as part of a URL, how is it correctly formatted? A network designer is explaining the options a business owner has to manage his business network infrastructure. One option the business owner can choose will allow devices to provision and decommission quickly, and to configure the devices via code in scripts. What is the term for the option described? Where is the SD-WAN controller and management software typically located? What is the role of automation playbooks in infrastructure as code? To document manual configuration steps for engineers, to automate configuration or build tasks using code blocks, to increase the need for human intervention in automated processes, to provide a graphical interface for infrastructure management. A network designer is explaining the options a business owner has to manage his business network infrastructure. One option the business owner can choose will allow devices to provision and decommission quickly, and to configure the devices via code in scripts. What is the term for the option described? A company is planning to deploy a new cloud service that requires rapid scaling of network resources based on demand. Which SDN feature would be most beneficial for this scenario? Where is the SD-WAN controller and management software typically located? A network designer is explaining the options a business owner has to manage his business network infrastructure. One option the business owner can choose will allow devices to provision and decommission quickly, and to configure the devices via code in scripts. What is the term for the option described? A company is planning to deploy a new cloud service that requires rapid scaling of network resources based on demand. Which SDN feature would be most beneficial for this scenario?
I wonder how long my microphone was off. I apologize. I had no idea. It like got loose, probably because one of my cats got the back of it. But I did it. It's over. I'm done. We are definitely gonna have to go through like 1.8, 1.7, maybe 1.5. Those were the ones that gave me the absolute worst trouble. Let's see a course report. Yeah. So we're gonna need to go back and review a little bit, not too much, but we'll need to go back and review it a little bit to really make sure that this is a slam dunk. It's got to be a slam dunk. 38 minutes, supposed to take like 9. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, if you stuck with the stream this long, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, tell a friend. I'm going to be studying again tomorrow morning at 8. Hopefully there's nothing that stops the stream like how we had today. I had to go stop and do some stuff. Section 2 is smaller by a lot. It's by like half. So I do not suspect it will be near as long or near as big. I'm not gonna play any games tonight. I'm totally done. I'm burnt physically and mentally. Like I'm done. I had to go be in the hot sun and look at a bulkhead and do stuff like that. And then I came back and immediately started studying again. So we will do this again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And then we'll probably play games. I know I keep saying that, but we'll probably play games like later in the night. And that's what's going on with that stuff. Yeah. So again, if you're on Twitch, give me a follow. If you're on YouTube, give me a like, give me a subscription. We'll be back at it again at 8 a.m. tomorrow. If you have any questions or anything, comments below. You can always pop into the chat and you can talk to me about stuff. I'll try to fix the latency so that way it's a little bit more of a back and forth instead of you waiting like 10 seconds to like hear my response. So yeah, that's about all I got.